A pseudonym. Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. We are on our way over here to this uncharted system, which I believe is for Argenta's quest. We dealt with we dealt with a planet that was taken over by chaos at the orders of the Inquisitor. That gave us clues for Argenta and Pascal's quest lines. Pascal's was down here somewhere. We'll get to that later. I do notice that we have a colony update in Foulstone that I need to take care of. So we'll deal with that, I don't know, later. And also, we can chart new routes, so we might as well see if there's anything, and there's not. So, for now, we're going to do Argenta's quest line, which I think is finding the ship of someone she admired from the Adeptus Sororitas way back in the past. It's been lost for eternity, and now she has a clue to its location. So we've got an anomaly and then the planet. I guess let's go to the anomaly first, because I think it crashed onto a planet. Probably. Master Helmsman Ravor reports that a giant anomaly covering most of the system reports on the giant anomaly covering most of the system. Confusion is evident in his voice. The augurs are incapable of detecting the area itself and the objects within it, but it is obvious that they exist. The blurry blots of planets and space debris are visible from the bridge of the voidship. The area distorts even the faraway stars, dim sparks enclosed in thick curved glass. Yeah, let's remain in and research the anomalous zone. See what we can figure out. The ship's instruments are powerless before the aberration of the Wraith Tawi system, and so is Cabela's divination. The readings of the Emperor's Tarot provides no answer, for no card in his deck can relay the twisted and aberrant nature of the anomaly. Huh. Alright. This is it! Salus Prime! The place where I suffered my defeat. No, that's not right at all. It's the place where I am to pass my trial. Argenta's voice is emotional, trembling. Right, this was the planet she was on because she was looking for something. I think a crashed ship, but on her way there, she was injured and had to be taken aboard our ship by Lady Theodora. And she never knew how to get back to that planet. That's what was going on. The augurs are operating at full capacity, but the data we are receiving is limited. The planet's magnetosphere is hindering our scans. Fierce, never-ending storms constantly ravage the surface. Relying on Sister Argenta's memory is the only way to find what we are looking for. It's an easy enough task. Just look for the tallest mountain on the northern continent. That's where we're headed. That mountain isn't a mountain. It's the very ship we're searching for. A ship that resembles a mountain. What should we look for once we get to the mountain? Where I see prepare my shuttle. A ship that resembles a mountain. Yes, Argenta says with reverence. Legend says that the ship fell from the skies, yet it wasn't destroyed by the impact. What was it, I ask you, if not a miracle and a testament to the glory of the Imperium and its saints? The ship towers over the planet's desolate surface, encased in ice on all sides, but from up high it looks just like a mountain, majestic and lonely. And what should we look for once we get to the mountain? Above all else, our mission is to search for any evidence of the accursed cultists who attacked me when I came here last. I am still one of the Sister Pronatus, and my primary responsibility is to protect the holy relic. If we succeed, I hope to complete my pilgrimage, to enter the halls of the sacred ship, and find the relic itself, the one star. What if the cultists are long gone? What if they stole the relic? Then I will chase after them to the ends of the universe, through darkness, fire, and all the horrors of the warp. Her voice is vibrating with anger, but a moment passes and she calms herself surprisingly quickly. But I do not believe that those rotten-souled scoundrels could have stolen the relic. It's says plainly in the saint's hagiography that only one who is righteous and resplendent of heart can enter her ship. I know her power is greater than most profane sorcery or cultists. What could they possibly do to match the workings of one who was a living saint of the Imperium? I see, prepare my shuttle. I must warn you, you won't have much time for this expedition. We are registering an increase in storm activity. The weather conditions are deteriorating rapidly. This isn't about rain or hail. The local storms can perforate a shuttle mid-flight. Everything in our path is a test, be it storms or heretics. My last visit to this planet ended with the archenemy's servants wounding me and claiming the lives of my brave companions. This time, it will be different. You and I will fight side by side, Rogue Trader, and we will do what must be done. Alright, let's scan for this mountain. It's supposed to be on the northern continent, but we will say it is down here. So, usual team, but we are kicking off, I guess Ulfar is who we had last to get Argenta. We need to level up 20 times. Oh no. Well, cool. Alright, Argenta, let's go through your
When the
levels.
faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Mistakes were made, like mine. Ha! Certainly a mistake in not leveling her up earlier. Yes, that's our current archetype. Can I... Okay, we just need to choose Exemplar. That's fine. Alright, what do I want to give you? There is one that heals every turn that I think I gave to basically everyone. Yeah. Free healing every turn is always great. So this is only using a medikit in combat. So outside of combat, it doesn't heal any extra. Huh. Your demolition is good. If we used area attacks more, that wouldn't be bad. I guess I should start marking these that are decent. Do I want you to be regularly running up to enemies? Probably not. Okay, not reducing dodge could be good, because I'm sure you are in medium armor. Raising critical hit chance is great, particularly for, I think she's a bounty hunter. Possibly. We'll give you the critical hit chance, I think. Then skill-wise, you've been focusing on awareness and demolitions. I guess it doesn't really matter. We've got everything covered by our primary team. Just looking down the list to make sure that that is, in fact, true. Yeah. So I don't really need you to focus on anything. Boost awareness. So this is second tier. So these will be the things based upon being a bounty hunter. Then for you, ballistics is going to be your best because you're primarily focused on shooting. Dash is great. Might go concentrated fire, actually. Then if I have her do some sort of bolter burst attack, she'll do better with it. Just trying to go fairly quick. Might go with that one. I could give her a huge bonus to strength. How much does it boost your strength? It's not showing. Plus 16. So you'd get a plus 11. It's not actually that much. That one's also very good. Plus 0 weapon skill and ballistic skill. Seriously? Based on shield. See, that's the thing that I wish it was more obviously stated in the text. What's this plus? Deflection. Do you currently not actually have any deflection bonus? That's interesting. Okay, but I do think that ignoring 4 deflection of enemies is great. We've already grabbed all of you, so So what else is there left of second tier talents? Catch effect. Probably not. Okay, so that's all the ones that I think are interesting. Which one do I want this level? Pull the Bold is one we use regularly. So giving penalties or bonuses for critting. We'll go with heightened concentration for now. Keep raising your ballistics. Alright, we've already gotten those three, so what else? I don't know about that. Sure, we'll go with raid. Oh, I actually wanted to select it. Then perception. Alright, I don't care about any of those. We've already got all of those. So now we're just on to basic skills. Could go with bolters, because that's what she's got. I could also give her heavy weapon training. Oh, I've already got heavy weapon proficiency, so she can pick things up even if she doesn't meet the strength requirement. Alright. More bonuses for heavy weapons is certainly an idea. Sure. Hmm. Probably rapid reload. Bolter doesn't have that much ammo. Alright, after ballistics and perception, I think agility probably does make the most sense. What's your dodge? So your dodge is 100%. So you'd be getting a plus 5% critical hit chance and damage. That's not terrible. Mm-hmm. Another basic talent. I'm going to hope that I have a good heavy weapon for her. Alright, we'll call that good. That was certainly a lot to go through. Now, weapon-wise, can I type in heavy? I can. So we've got heavy stolen autocannon as an option, or a heavy flamer. She is proficient with flamers. High rate of fire, but not that much damage. 4 to 6 damage is terrible. And this really short range, not great damage. No, we just got our heavy weapon training, and I don't think I want to use heavy weapons. I like what she has already. Armor-wise, you're fine in what you're wearing. Is it medium? It is. So you're not going to take the dodge penalty. Oh, I still have heavy being specified. There we go. Is any of this better than what you have on? That is much better, 65%. It's a definite maybe. Alright, there you go. That's that. We haven't used her in ages, so I'm sure we've got better stuff for her. Yeah, lore Imperium does not matter at all. Sure, a bonus to Rebel and Slaughter sounds great. Now we're down to these spots. I am fine with increasing your critical chance by 5%. The rest of those abilities don't really matter. Not pistols. Bonuses against xenos and demons wouldn't be bad. Making reloads cheaper was also good, though. I might want to just leave that. Alright, gloves. Currently, you've got a plus 10 ballistics and plus 25 critical damage. I'm probably not going to find anything I like better than that. Your current boots have a chance to give you a bit of movement. That's not amazing. Instantly raise momentum to 175. I mean, we regularly have our momentum up, and I doubt you're going to kill 5 enemies in one turn. It does sound fancy, though. Giving yourself just free dodge seems fine. Sure, I'll make you dodgier. I'm fine with you inflicting bleeding. That feels pretty good. And that's everything there. Consumables, we probably want to get you some better med kits. And grenades are fine. Alright, I think that's her ready to go, finally. So let's actually start exploring this place.
The noble families from your primary world are looking for any excuse to destroy each other, Elantak. But leaders must strive for unity among their people.
Okay. Was just listening to what she said. Where used intimidate, the target inflicted with intimidation. Intimidated also gained staggered. No. Probably not going to use either of those.
In all fairness, Iliad, you are in no position to judge humans for fighting among themselves. Everything I've learned lately about your kind suggests that a proclivity for feuding is universal.
Yeah.
None shall stand in my way.
Hello. Afterlight. Rippling silhouette appears where the light rays coming from the sorceress device converge. Ah, the little puppet of dogmas, the one who was so kind as to bring me and my brethren to this planet. You've returned to me, and just at the right time too. Fury sparks in Argenta's eyes. Who are you? I do not know you, sorcerer. No, you don't, but you should. I'm called Brother Afterlight. Divine blessings flow through my veins, and my ears hear whispers of the truth that you will never comprehend, puppet. All you need to know is that all of the disciples of the Final Dawn, in this corner of the Koronus Expanse, I am the strongest. Strongest of the disciples who survived, you mean? After all, we exterminated the rest of you on every world we found you on. Very true. Where are you hiding, heretic? Come out and face me. Face to face, yeah. You're the strongest of those who have survived. The ghostly figure lets out a laugh. I hear such hubris in your words. What I should hear instead is despair. Or haven't you realized it yet, stranger? You are fighting a war against an ocean without end. No matter how many of my brothers and sisters you cut down, those who join our ranks will always be greater in number. Well, that's enough of that. The little puppet brought some friends with her. Good. I was just finished with the remains of the last group of fools who risked coming to this planet with you. You remember their death cries, don't you? Or do the lives of mere pawns mean nothing to you? The Emperor accepted their souls, accepted the souls of his faithful. They died cursing your name, the name of the puppet who had brought them to the slaughter, and then alone escaped with her life. Enough, be silent. Magenta lowers her weapon, a breath escaping her lips. That heretic was deliberately trying to awaken my anger. He is wrong to think that he can manipulate the chosen one of Holy Terra. You supported Sister Argenta's intention to tame her impetuous rage. Okay. Too easily do you forget the blood that is spilt because of you, and too often do you name yourself the chosen, the Emperor, and his saints. No, I'm not going to insult a sister of battle, claiming that she shouldn't. Yeah, she's in the right. You're right, he will not lead us astray. Why restrain your anger when you're dealing with creatures corrupt as he? Unleash your fury. I'm just going to go with the second option. You're right, he will not lead us astray. Never. Evil cannot push back a righteous flame. Then let us go and put an end to this evil.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Hey, a lore warp check we can succeed at. The altar of the gods of the warp is made of several parts. They must have assembled it here after transporting the components from elsewhere. There is something to view down there. Planet's weather constitutes a serious obstacle to successful landing. Alright, we could continue that way, or there's more to see over here, it seems. Let's check out back here first.
A new challenge for me.
Too hard for a simple monkey.
Restless Absolution. It's a power sword. If it fully negates the target's armor, it deals an additional 75% damage. What? Oh, so if they have 40 or less armor, then it's going to do tons of extra damage. All right. If we compare that to say, your hammer. Not by type. We want newest. Here we go. 33 to 49. No, this is just better. So... yeah. I think we should probably have him with his two-handed weapon and then switch to the one-handed if we think we can use the secondary offhand attack. Because I think this is just a better weapon all around. Yeah. I was going to see if it was better than Pascal's item, but I think it's fine giving it to Abelard. Heretical, so we're not going to use it. We don't have any heretical followers. Terrorax Slayer, which we've already seen before, and... no, that's what we have. This is just a standard las gun.
It's about time.
Nothing's impossible for this old
Okay,
officer.
this is actually taking me somewhere different. Rather than going across here and fighting the cultists. There might have been stuff to explore here as well that I missed. Let's take a moment, step back down here. There are human remains under the ice. Lovely.
See? Right there.
I didn't see. It's again moments like these where I wish it would clearly point out what we've spotted. Because I don't see anything standing out to me. She passed the awareness, but I don't know what she spotted. Unless it was across the ice in some manner, but I don't see it. Yeah, that's frustrating, where something was spotted, but I don't know what, and I don't know how to find it. So I hope I'm not missing anything important.
Nothing matters more.
Like, we made the skill check, but I still don't get to interact with whatever it was.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Because I can't see it. So yeah, we could head down here and catch them from behind, I suppose. And so we meet face to face. Afterlight does not look alarmed or tense, merely somewhat puzzled. Welcome to my temple. Your every word defiles the air of this place, heretic. The threshold of the sacred ship is not your temple, and it never will be. You have no idea how mistaken you are. Afterlight nods at the unmoving ship and the sinister-looking devices nearby. For a long time now, I have been preparing to bend this relic of your cult of puppets to my master's will. You, Imperium lackeys, are blind, stubborn, and carry the stench of dead flesh wherever you go. But you make for good sacrifices, and the baubles you worship make for superb materials for artifacts. I'm the maker of miracles, the arch-artificer of the final dawn. My hands mold creations capable of transforming reality, bone flutes that summon my master's angels from the Imperium, lenses that burn away the imperfections of people and worlds. Such things require resources. I found good use for the rabble that came with you to the planet back then. I'll find a use for your new friends too, and you, and this ship, and whatever relic it holds. No more words except your death, heretic, or if you hadn't threatened me, things could have gone differently, but you did, and for that you will die. Now, we're not going to kill him for threatening us. We're going to kill him for being a heretic. No more words except your death, heretic. Feel the wrath of true divinity, puppets of the corpse.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I will take you down.
Alright, so we do get to position ourselves. Do we want to take out the lens at some point? I guess lenses. Can we see any details on them? We can't. So I'm hoping they're not going to give the enemies any sort of bonuses. You have very little health. Yeah, you're gonna die horribly. So you can transform a cultist into chaos spawn once per round. I want you dead. I didn't see anything that says you're going to resist being killed. Anyone have significant health? No. You have the most health, and it's still not much comparatively. Alright. Well, Cassia. It's not really any good cover to put you in. So I'll just put you in the front. Ignatius next to you. Nearly at... I'll put you in half cover here. Argenta, is there any sort of cover I can get you in? Not really. So I'll just add you to the group up front. Then as for our two meleeers, I guess we'll just put you guys forward a little bit. And Pascal, you can just go wherever you want on the battlefield. I'll tuck you out of the way so that if I want Cassia to do some sort of third eye attack, we're unlikely to hit you. So we'll start with the usual.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
Alright, light ourselves on fire.
Not a problem for me.
Straight flames.
Suits my purposes.
Gonna run and gun, which will allow me a Melta, which could just kill you straight away. But if I'm lucky, I can get into a line where I can kill you and someone else. Possibly these guys? If I can hit both of you, that'll feel pretty good. Or even like here. No, I don't see a way that I can hit you and others. For whatever reason. You're sort of separated. But yeah, I can hit the two of them, which would feel really good. Yeah, I don't know why I can't target you. But okay, I think that'll be fine.
All too easy.
Didn't quite kill you, unfortunately. But high momentum, always great. So end our turn. Then Cassia, using the high momentum, can give us another free turn.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Are you certain that you don't want to help us? Let's see. I think I found a spot, yeah, that I can hit both of you. If we look here, I want to hit the biggest, scariest guys, which means you. If I move like over here, would that be... No, why? I think I'm just gonna have to do an ignite on you where you stand.
Nothing I cut.
There you go. Not sure why the Melta wouldn't move on from him to hit other people. And I'm just gonna kill you.
Purposes.
There you go.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
So from there, we can now step forward a bit. And then Melta through a bunch of you.
Forge ahead.
Back to high momentum already. Perfect. These are doing stuff, and I'm not confident I like that. Afterlight, why are you alive? I was fairly certain I had just murdered you. Do you have some ability that allows you to take over someone else's place when you die? Not that it shows. And that feels like the kind of thing that should be on your character sheet. You are stunned for a round. So I guess dying... You don't come back from death easily. Ooh, was there a spot that got both of you? No, I don't think so. So close to being able to hit two of them with a single attack, which is always the goal. But I need to be able to move slightly farther forward that way. I guess I could run and gun. Because ideally I'd want to get to a position where I could hit him, both these guys, and the lens.
Nothing I can't do.
Oh, that wasn't... I didn't actually want to move over there. It's fine.
Suits my purposes.
Oh, I want to be there. If I stood behind my team... No. I would be forced to hit Abelard, which I don't want. So if I go here... None of that's working. Could dash, but it would spend all of my movement, which is terrible. Abelard, you are just in a terrible spot right now. But I think taking out the lens seems like a smart choice. There we go. That looks like it's hitting both of them and the lens.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Value has been lost!
So I'm guessing the lens is involved in him coming back to life. Why? So the lens took no damage, and we're just creating new afterlives. We now have at least 5 afterlives on the field. That seems like a problem to me. If I went for the same thing again, what happens if I'm killing afterlives and hitting the lens?
All too easy. None shall survive!
It creates new afterlives again, and the lens is still not damaged. Wow, there are so many of you. If I did, say, a firestorm, it kills all of my party members. That's less than ideal. I could dash to here.
Already done.
And then firestorm. Not sure how we're supposed to go about this when we just keep creating new copies of them.
Suits
That's a
my
problem.
purposes.
Yeah. We now have, like, stupid numbers of them. Am I missing something? I mean, there's a spot we can check for a Medicae test over there. Or maybe I need to just kill all of these people, or maybe I need to destroy the lens with something other than psychic powers. But killing them seems to not be helping this circumstance at all. So if I just tried to do a lot of damage to the lens, not psychic damage, just normal damage.
Nothing I can't do.
Didn't quite destroy it, sadly. Let's take another shot.
Not a problem for me.
Yeah, so it can be destroyed, it just has to be destroyed not with psychic powers. Wish I'd figured that out before I cloned him a trillion times, but that's fine. I don't really want to shoot you. Really yet. But I do really want to shoot it. 22% chance to just kill her. I don't think I do have a way to move, right. Can do the reckless rush. That'll allow me to move wherever I need to. Let's go here. Then my allies are safe. I have a chance of doing a bunch of damage to them, but that's fine.
My tactics are flawless. Nowhere to hide.
There you go. There's no more other lenses, right? It was just the two of them? I think so. Let's see. No, that would hit all of my allies. Are you burning? Yes. So we'll use this on you.
For my might, filth.
Perfect. Then we have one guy down here and 4 afterlights. Not sure why I have so many actions. I feel like I ran out of action points for a while, and then some of my abilities apparently gave me new actions back. Yeah, that would be a great attack, but I don't really want to kill you, Abelard. That hits 2 of them. I guess, do I even need that? Maybe. If we were over here, off to the side of Abelard. Yeah, I think that's a smarter choice. We can take out those 2. There we go. 1 afterlight left and 1 cultist left. Yeah, that's all just killing Abelard. So we'll just hit you again.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Since I've got infinite actions, we then hit you.
Didn't stand a chance.
And we're good. The infinite afterlights was crazy. Argenta's gestures for you to stop. She looks at the shining entrance to the ship and begins to speak quietly and solemnly. When I first learned of this planet's existence, of the great relic that lies before us, I decided that I was chosen for a great destiny, that the saint whose name I bear had summoned me, led me through the void and the nightmares of the maw, all so that I could enter the sacred halls of this ship and accept her boon. Perhaps there was too much hubris in those thoughts. I made many a mistake on my way here. My pilgrimage to the sacred ship will become my trial. Yet I do not fear trials, for I draw strength from them. I do not turn my back on my mistakes, for I find wisdom within them. I walk forth with an open heart. You speak as though you intend to go in alone. Go, may you find what you seek, or you may go, but do not keep me waiting. You speak as though you intend to go in alone. I do. This is my personal trial, rogue trader. Besides, so it is written in the life of Saint Argenta that pilgrims may enter the ship one by one, for their deeds must first be measured. Every pilgrim will thence be permitted to behold the relic or denied that right according to their past actions and the strength of their faith. What if I too wish to enter the ship? You may, but you must wait for my return. Please understand that this ship is more than just a curious ancient site waiting to be explored. The ship itself is a relic imbued with great power. You saw it yourself. Even a sinister sorcerer, the archenemy's servant, in all that time could not find a way inside. Only pilgrims may enter, and only those whose soul is without flaw. Alright then, go, Argenta. May you find what you seek. Argenta nods. Her eyes are locked on the entrance. Only the worthy, those whom the saint accepts, may enter these gates. Those undeserving will be rejected. I'm ready to accept her verdict. Without another word, she starts walking toward the ship, toward the blinding light pouring through the gate. Light, I come to you. Well, that didn't look good. Lord Captain, please return to the ship. I urge you to hurry. The storm is coming. The one I warned you about. You can't survive it on the planet's surface. Well, let me loot the infinite copies of this enemy. All of that just going directly to our cargo.
Victory awaits!
So do we leave Argenta behind and go back to the surface of or go back to our ship?
Operation successful.
The captive's skin is ruined by necrosis. The wretched souls were probably tortured with cold. So yeah, we could bail. We're apparently supposed to. The entrance was completely demolished by the explosion. There is no way inside. So she's gone inside. When she went, there was an explosion. I'm going to assume she survived it because that would be terrible if she didn't. But I guess for now, we need to just go back to our ship and hope that Argenta will contact us when she's safe or when she's done with her exploration.
None shall stand in my way.
Also, it's amusing to me every time we run into a new Chaos Worshipper and they're like, I'm super powerful. You may have killed all the others, but I will definitely defeat you. And it's like, they have all said that, and it's, hello? Never worked? Oh, okay. That is... apparently the weather effects. Us standing out too long, we're just starting to take damage. Cool stuff. You would think after we've slaughtered enough of the cultists, they would start being like, you know what? Maybe I can't actually beat you. Two days later. Rogue Trader. The familiar voice greets you, and yet so much about it is unfamiliar. Argenta is resplendent. The fire of faith burns in her eyes more brightly than ever before, and the majestic power armor in which she is clad shines just as bright. It can hardly even be called mere armor. It looks more like an artistic masterpiece, a beautiful painting, the sight of which fills the beholder's heart with inspiration and hope. I have returned from my pilgrimage, Rogue Trader. I have returned with the relic that was once bestowed upon my patron saint. So this armor is the 1 star? What do you see inside the ship? It's good to have you back. We have many battles ahead of us. So this armor is the 1 star. Yes, I found it at the end of a long journey through Saint Argenta's ship, and the moment I touched it, my heart was filled with calm and hope. It is a sacred relic, but its place is not within the darkness of a far-off planet, but on the field of battle against things impure and profane, and I'm proud to have been chosen as its wearer and keeper. What did you see inside the ship? I saw both everything and nothing. I walked the entire path in darkness, with nothing but my intuition to guide me. There were times when I felt like I was passing through grand palaces and cathedrals, untouched by decrepitude or elements. Other times it was like I was trudging through boneyards, places where martyrs had died at the hands of heretics. Only twice did light fall upon my face, when I saw the sacred relic before me and when I saw the way out, into the bright light of day. But through every moment of that dark journey, I knew I was not alone. The light of Terra and the call of my patron saint were with me the entire way. It is good to have you back. We have many battles ahead of us. Indeed, and I am ready to follow you again, more than ever. Was that her whole quest line? Huh. Well, that felt really short. I mean, I'm sure part of it is that I shortened the battle more than they likely intended. But still. I don't know. Well, let's talk to Argenta. Actually, let's see what her armor is that she's wearing. The 1 star, 80% power armor, so she's not in medium armor, so that skill I took doesn't matter anymore. 7 armor deflection is great. Dodge penalty is terrible. After using a heroic act, the wearer immediately uses War Hymn or Furious Recital regardless of its cooldown, and it gives her an additional 15 strength. Good stuff.
Greetings to you, rogue trader.
Argenta's face seems to glow from within, and her eyes are shining. Your pilgrimage is complete. Do you still wish to follow me?
More than ever, rogue trader. My place is on the field of righteous battle at the side of the Emperor's chosen, the one who helped me reach my journey's end and obtain the holy relic. Lead, and I will follow.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that... because we haven't had any other pieces of her quest line. She's just been with us the whole time. She's vaguely mentioned this. And then when we were down on that last planet with the big battle, there was just a bit of dialogue that said, oh, she found a cultist and interrogated them and got the information. And then we go there, walk a few feet, kill a couple of enemies, and she disappears for 2 days, comes back with her power armor, and her quest is over? There's got to be more to it. Maybe when we go back out to space, something more will happen. But I guess that's that. Like, there's not even dialogue, really, with her about the experience. That seems weird. Can we go back down there ourselves? Because we did want to go in, and she said we could once she wasn't there, because we have to go one at a time. So I want to see if we can enter ourselves. I don't know if there's much to see now that the Holy Relic has been taken. Storm is coming, the one you warned us about. Alright. Apparently it's a permanent storm now. Because it's been 2 days. Or maybe that's our trial and I'm supposed to just push through the damage to get there. But I doubt it. Well, I guess with that, then, our next goal is to go to Pascal's quest. And on the way, we'll stop by Footfall. Yeah, no dialogue popped up. Usually if there's some follow-up from having completed a quest that's going to trigger something new, it usually happens on your first trip, and nothing happened. So maybe we are actually done with Argenta's quest. It just feels really abrupt that there's nothing else involved. see. So we're wanting to go down to Foulstone, yeah? Yeah. So the best way to do that is to go... Is a world not explored? Right here? Does that mean I haven't scanned it at all? I just saw that on the side and... No, everything here... Already explored, already explored, already explored, already explored. Huh. Alright, let's... Not back to the bridge. I want to go back to the map. Misclicked. Come on. Taking forever when it's like, just, it was a misclick. Go back to where I was. Undo. So yeah, I don't know why it says one of these worlds isn't explored, but that's fine. It's clearly mistaken. Yeah, so the lava world, which we definitely saw had been explored. Okay. Janus is also having a colony event, so let's head down there. So what do you guys got going on? Imperium Schools is finished. Gained some more efficiency, lost some profit factor, but gained people. Need some more complacency here, apparently. Unsealed gate requires the Lord Captain's decision. Alright, we'll look into that. Alarming news from Janus. Janus? The webway gate has opened, bringing forth a wave of xenos. Send military detachments to the forest of Janus will cost us weapons and people. Or complacency and people. Send diplomats into the forest of Janus. I wish we had more information about this webway gate. Or I guess more accurately, the xenos. Because if it's Drukhari that are popping in, that's bad. But if it's Asuryani, then it could be okay. Like if it's Drukhari, I want to send military. If it's Asuryani, I want to send diplomats. But since I don't know, we'll start with diplomats, and if it's bad, we will then send military. But I'd rather try and talk first. The diplomats end up prisoners of the Drukhari raiders that have invaded Janus. The xenos flee the planet through the webway, taking their victims with them. Well, that's a problem. That's part of the reason I wish it would tell me what kind of xenos they were. But instead, we just had a bunch of our people stolen. So we need, for these, Great Fire. So that's our big upgrade. Any here in rank 4 I want to do first, though. Large increase in tithes may be supplemented by a decree that addresses the current shortfall in other ways. Payment and organs. Probably not. Yikes. Also drops complacency even more, and that's one of the ones we need to build up. A new secret lodge of Xeno specialists will decipher the written records left by the ancient Xenos that once inhabited Janus. Could be okay. Lower security, gains efficiency, gains more reputation with Casabelica mission, which I'm not... We haven't been trying to befriend them, so I'm not super worried about that one. Curious intoxicating substance has been discovered in Xenos ruins. Clandestine Magos alchemists workshops will refine and distill the substance, transforming it into pure euphoria that will delight the weary souls of aristocrats who long for new diversions. Just gaining profit factor and chemicals at the cost of xenotech. We don't have a ton of xenotech. We also don't have a ton of chemicals. That one's a maybe. I'm not strictly against that one. Death Cult of the Reaper Emperor. Hello. The decree requires that all redundant members of the community give themselves to the land, allowing themselves to become nourishing compost on which sprouts of future prosperity will burgeon. Costs us people and requires us to be dogmatic, which we are. Fanatic dogmatic. Gives us a new item. Start of the combat, the wearer gains MP equal to their resolve. Wearer cannot be slowed. The wearer has dogmatic votary. They gain +2 resolve for each rank in dogmatic and cannot be immobilized. All that sounds great. Lower security gives us even more dogmatic and tons more provisions. I definitely like this one. We're going to do it. So that's Janus taken care of. And I can't... Yeah. Some areas it feels like I can... Things complete instantly. Janus is apparently not one of them. So now we'll want to head down to Footfall. Not Footfall, to Foulstone, which I haven't actually linked up as a safe transport to our network, which I probably should have, because it is one of my homeworlds. So we'll make that safe. The Imposter. Alright. To Foulstone. Requires the Lord Captain's decision on the Imposter. An imposter claiming to be the Rogue Trader has arrived on the planet. Apparently, he indeed bears an uncanny resemblance to the Rogue Trader and has already managed to fool a number of nobles and collect ample gifts from them. We can declare hunt for the imposter, costing us 2 people but gaining us 1 security. We don't need any of those at the moment. We could execute every noble who allowed themselves to be tricked, costs us people, gain 2 security and lose efficiency. Or hire the imposter to act as a decoy, which costs 3 profit factor but gains 1 complacency. I'm fine with just sacrificing 2 people to get a hunt for the imposter. Eager to carry out the Rogue Trader's orders, the people hunt down anyone whose appearance is even remotely similar to his. Whether the actual imposter has been killed or not remains unknown. Now the Rogue Trader will have to think twice before coming to this world in person again. Fantastic. And it looks like we have done most things. Holy ammunition is available. The establishment of ammunition production will be of great help in defense of Foulstone and neighboring systems. We were probably locked off because we didn't have enough reputation with the Drusians, and that has now been covered. So yeah, let's make some holy ammunition. Is there anything else we can do here? No. Once we're done with that, Foulstone will be finished. Cool. So next we have... Yeah. Pascal's quest in System Speculo, which is here. Alright, yeah, let's head in. Arc Mechanicus Hermetico. There is a ton of stuff going on here. We've got 3 Explorator Flotillas, and then the Arc Mechanicus Hermetico, which is where we're actually trying to get to. Let's go to one of the Explorator Flotillas first, before we just go straight there. Your Lordship, hailing the ships surrounding the Hermetico's wreck led to receiving the following transmission. We are the Cognizance Fleet. We praise the Messiah of discontinuing. We remain in prayer. We remain on standby. Let the cycle be discontinued. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. We are the Cognizance Fleet. We praise the Messiah of discontinuing. Patch in one of the captains. Pascal, it looks like a gathering of believers in discontinuing the cycle. It does. Is there anything unusual about these ships? Request landing or leave them alone. Pascal, it looks like a gathering of believers in discontinuing the cycle. Confirmed, the number of adherents to discontinuing the cycle does not correspond with the earlier prognosis. The willingness to declare one's commitment to the teaching of Blessed Amarnat is anomalous. This unit is intrigued. Let's patch in one of the captains. It will be done, your lordship. Request denied. We're receiving only the message voiced earlier. Is there anything unusual about these ships? Yes, your lordship. We are picking up traces of recent combat on many of the vessels. Numerous traces. Based on the initial radiation background assessment, it appears that an Adeptus Mechanicus weapon has been used against them. So the Adeptus Mechanicus has come by to try and shoot down some of these ships for the discontinuing the cycle. Now, discontinuing the cycle has never been, to my understanding, from what we've learned, it's never been officially ruled heretical by the Adeptus Mechanicus, but it was a splinter branch from their normal point of view. But they were like still in debate, ongoing debate about whether it was considered heretical or not. I hypothesize that the schism within the Cognizance fleet has reached a climax. My tech comrades raised arms against one another. It is with sorrow that I register this information in the archive. Request a landing aboard their vessel. We have received a standard denial of request message, your lordship. What outrageous impudence. Alright, then let's leave them alone. As you wish, your lordship. Let's go to one of the others. I assume we'll get a similar response. Your lordship, hailing the ship surrounding the Hermetico's wreck led to receiving the following transmission. Yep, same thing. We'll leave them alone. And we'll try the last one just in case, but my guess is it'll be the same. Okay, then let's try and land at the Hermetico. Your lordship, according to the ship's registry, we're looking at the Arc Mechanicus Hermetico. We picked up a Vox signal coming from her. Permission granted. May the Messiah of Discontinuing reveal the way to a safe docking gate. The raspy voice of the person who recorded the message is vaguely familiar to you, but you cannot put your finger on it. So it's someone we know, but we don't recognize. Requesting the right to participate in the first boarding party, evaluating shuttle docking options. So they are saying the Messiah of Discontinuing reveal the way to a safe docking gate. I've been wondering if Pascal is supposed to be this Messiah of Discontinuing, because we keep thinking that Amarnat is the Messiah of Discontinuing. I'm wondering if Pascal is Amarnat at this point, and he just somehow forgot about it, or something. Something is going on that's weird, and he seems to be at the root of all of it. Pascal does. But the Messiah of Discontinuing will reveal the way to a safe docking gate, and Pascal is the one that's going to point us to a safe docking spot. So it's like, maybe. Is there a safe docking spot? Not at the moment, your lordship. The damage to the hull makes observations difficult, and the surviving vacuum locks are sealed shut. I hypothesize that a proper vacuum lock may be opened using my personal access code. Justification, a message from the Arc Mechanicus. What do we know about this ship? Each Arc is a sanctuary for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Every such ship is a relic. They are incredibly ancient and were made to search for the sacred standard template construct patterns. Legend tells of entire forge worlds that were literally disassembled for parts to make such vessels. In any case, she is a ruin of her former glory. We observed numerous traces of internal decompression, not a single sign of aggression carried out from the outside. For what it's worth, some of the decks look intact, at least from the outside. We are also picking up strange radiation emanating from the hull. We believe the ship has been in the processional of the damned for a long time. Alright, let's assemble a boarding crew. It will be done, your lordship. Alright, Pascal's already part of our main crew, so he'll be here. Who do we want to take as our last person? Maybe we will take Argenta. I don't have a reason not to, and I do want to see how she is with that power armor. And I don't think anyone else has any direct connection to this storyline, to my knowledge. Okay.
I won't tolerate weakness.
So we are on the Hermetico. The halls of this holy ship feel strangely familiar to me. Yeah, I'm betting you have some connection to Amernat you're not aware of. Tech tribesmen. Tribesmen. That is a very strange... Tribe is not something you usually connect to Mechanicus. The cogitator screen glows faintly. You take a closer look and realize it has been gutted. Its innards replaced with candles that cast glints on the black plexiglass. That's weird. For them to gut a cogitator and fill it with candles? Are you guys that tech shaman? Are you guys that different from standard tech priests? Tribesmen avoid your gaze and make strange gestures, probably some kind of ritual as you approach. These barbarians are pillaging the ship's supplies. I am registering a Category 9 blasphemy. I'm registering evidence that Volkite carbine was fired here. I'm registering a protocol violation. Use of weapons by Adeptus Mechanicus soldiers inside one of the ship's bays. We can interact with...
Follow my lead.
A cogitator there. What about you, shaman? The elderly tech shaman looks at you with dim eyes. He smells strongly of exhaust fumes. Have you come to speak to the great pref ghosts? Pref will not speak your lesser tongue, but I can help. I can interpret. Let's look at the tech shaman. The aging barbarian's skin is covered in tattoos of mechanisms, as if the ink drawings of cogs could pass for actual augmetics. Wires and scraps of flex tubing are braided into his hair, as well as shards from a broken data slate screen. Cogitator circuit boards hang on threads from his large ceremonial drum. I'm registering Category 6, 7, and 8 blasphemies in this tribeman's vestments. Only enlightened tech priests are authorized to dismantle and interact with the bodies of sacred machines, and painting the skin in crude imitation of true flesh is profane mockery. It is how I venerate the iron spirits who have done their duty and passed into nothingness, ghost. I do this in hope that I might gain some of their wisdom. This statement is false. I am not registering any veneration. Who is Pref? Our deck's great patron spirit, who protects it and watches over everything that happens on it. Pref used to be a kind father to us until wicked people tricked him. That was when he disowned the mortals who lived here. He wiped the names of everyone who used to be under his patronage from his memory and no longer recognized their faces. Since then, Pref has been a harsh and cruel-hearted master who is deaf to our prayers. Pref, hypothesis. The barbarian is using the debased designation to refer to Prefect Enumerator, an especially sacred cogitator served by all of the deck's junior machine spirits. I'm registering a Category 6 blasphemy. The tribesman claims to communicate with it. Only enlightened adepts of the Omnissiah are permitted to interact directly with a Prefect Enumerator. Hypothesis. The part of the legend that speaks of disowning the mortals and forgetting their faces describes the removal of access rights from authorized units. For reasons unknown, the Prefect Enumerator was ordered to cease accepting commands from outsiders. How do you talk to Pref? The tech shaman raises the roaring mechanical sensor and inhales a lungful of its aromatic exhaust fumes. That's a choice. The tribesman's eyes grow dim, and he puts his hands on his drum. His fingers strike the taut synthetic leather with remarkable deftness and rhythm, like this. Pascal frowns and says darkly, I'm registering a Blast it, layman. This blessed smoke is meant for the sacred machines, not your lungs. Then the tech priest falls silent and listens carefully before uttering in astonishment, this primitive melody is a language, our language, a variety of rhythm-based tech vernacular in which meaning is created by the lengths of pauses between the signals. Is he essentially playing binaric speech on a drum? Wow. So are you Pref, or is Pref farther in? We'll talk to you first, or interact with you. The ancient servitor seems dead. The infrequent twitching of his head is the only glimmer of life left in him. The numerous augmetic regalia embedded in the body of the servant of the Omnissiah speak to his high standing and devoutness. Can you activate him, Pascal? The tech priest carefully touches the servitor's withered body with his mechadendrites. Data spikes slide out of them and sink into the servitor's augmetics. Pascal's vox sounds thoughtful and slightly puzzled. I identify this unit as Magos Logis Hectodon the 11th. The unit received 7 commendations for advances in astrography recorded in the fleet's archive. The unit, he liked watching the stars. He called them beacons left for us by the Omnissiah. The servitor gives a jolt, raises his head, and fixes his augmetic eyes on you. The large black circles of his visor are cloudy and covered in scratches. A pained moan comes from the speaker on the servant's throat. Unit status. Operational. Unit identifies itself as no data available. Error. Malfunction. The Omnissiah knows... What? Pascal sighs heavily. He is suffering. This unit is long past its operational life expectancy, but the particularly ancient and sacred true flesh it was awarded for its outstanding service to the fleet is still prolonging its years. Do you know him? This statement is false. My archive has no record of any encounters with this unit or any archive requests concerning it. I just know, and I grieve. Pascal touches the servitor's pale skin covered in inky cartography. The tribespeople inscribed his body with the blessed manual of maintenance and repair. Hypothesis. Ignorant as to the true purpose of this litany, they perceived it as a health-replenishing magic spell. I mean, it kind of is. The manual of maintenance and repair should be how you fix and keep it running, I assume, based on the name. Therefore, a health-replenishing magic spell. Tech Brother Hecadon 11. This unit identifies itself as Pascal Hanneman. Can you hear me? Do you know me? Can you tell me what happened here? A jumble of sounds comes from the servitor's speaker, as if a very old man who has outlived his faculty of speech is trying to utter once familiar words now strange to him. Then suddenly a spark lights up in his visor, and he utters with great strain, executing function, all reserve capacities engaged in executing primary function. And that's it, that's where it ends. A spasm in the servitor's neck makes his chin twitch. Huh. Weird. And what are you guys doing? Just standing still and pointing, it looks like. The ancient warrior's flesh was once enhanced with priceless augmetics, but they are dormant now. You guys are just frozen in place. This vessel is furnished throughout with extraordinary ancient and sacred mechanisms. What a great temple it used to be. I'm registering residual traces of paper combustion inside this cogitator's casing. Did they fuel this repository of knowledge with books? So we've got a chief. What kind of paranoia drove the crew to place the cannon platform here in the very heart of the ship? Yeah, it's probably not a good sign. The barbaric inscriptions blasphemously profaning the flesh of this sacred machine echo the words of this requiem of reverent shutdown. This cogitator's pattern is so old and sacred, I've never seen the like of it before. I've only heard about them from fragments of legend. So we could talk to the chief. Part of me is thinking I want to wander around and explore a bit more.
Victory awaits.
So I'm guessing the chief is going to be the more important thing to interact with. How dare they set up camp right in the heart of the sacred machine? This is a sacrilege against the blessed remains. Tribesman avoids your gaze and makes a strange gesture, probably some kind of ritual as you approach. This noble warrior's armor and augmetics are undamaged, and yet they are dead. What killed them? We've looked at you. No, we looked at one of you. Majestic metal statue is frozen in a menacing combative pose.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This is odd. I see scratch marks from a servo claw on this venerable Scutarius' armor. Maybe that's Pref. The handprints and footprints indicate that the locals have turned the sacred unguent tank into something like a ritual font. It's definitely strange to see a very important tech world full of tech priests that have gone savage, more or less. The bay was breached from the inside. Traces of scaling suggest the use of melta-charge. Now everything is clear. A battle was fought here, and during preparations for it, Amarnat declared the observatorium off limits. Even to fellow servants of the Omnissiah, the Explorators, it was an internal conflict, and he expected his erstwhile tech comrades to become his enemies. So do we check this out first? I recognize the pattern of the chant. They are imitating a reactor shutdown vigil. They're trying to shut down a reactor?
A new challenge for me?
Something simply ordered the spirit of this machine to die. Tribesmen avoid your gaze, making strange gestures. Okay. I guess that's everything. Let's talk to the chief now. The lean, hunchbacked man studies you with a piercing gaze. One of his eyes looks you up and down. The other has been replaced by a bulky augmetic, ancient and adorned with gold, but is deactivated for some reason. He states in a dry voice, "The ghosts of nothingness have entered the deck of the Akgen tribe. I greet your tribe, we come in peace. Pascal explained to the commoner that I do not care what tribe he is from and that he should kneel in the presence of a rogue trader. We're here to look for someone. I greet your tribe, we come in peace." The man shrugs indifferently. His voice is tinged with sympathy. It does not matter, you are ghosts. Let's take a closer look at him. The middle-aged man carries a potentia coil on his shoulders after the manner of tech priests. It is held in place by straps and is not connected to anything. Its weight has given him a hunched back. One of his arms has been replaced by an exquisite tech scribe augmetic, but the quills and styli are incredibly dull, as though they have been scraped against bare rock, and the limb servomotor is dormant. The sight of the mangled augmetic elicits a pained grimace from Pascal. I'm registering evidence of precious true flesh being operated in unacceptable conditions. The markings indicate that this sacred metal was fashioned many centuries ago on blessed Mars. Putting it to such crude and careless use is an insult to the Omnissiah. The idea that he's just strapped a potentia coil to his shoulder, not plugged it into anything, just a weight to carry, is crazy. Because the potentia coil, I think, is embedded into a tech priest to gain electricity just from their biological functions to power all of their augmetics. So it's a very useful... it's very useful to them. Just carrying it around as a weight crazy. Who are you? The undertakers of the world that expired in the great discontinuing of the cycle. The mourners holding an eternal requiem for the universe. Fascinated by the answer, Pascal says quietly, "Let the cycle be discontinued." A wan, condescending smile greets the man's lips. It was discontinued a long time ago. Interesting. Because we've definitely heard this phrase said by all of these discontinuing people. Pascal and others. The entire game. So to have someone say, just condescendingly, that the cycle has already been discontinued. I don't really know what the cycle being discontinued really has been meant. It's been talked about, but I'm curious to see what their interpretation of it is, having lived here this whole time. Do you believe the world has perished? What do you think destroyed the universe? Is that why you call us ghosts? Interesting. Do you believe the world has perished? This statement is true. The world ceased to exist a very long time ago. It turned to nothingness, to ashes. All that's left are these ruins, the last shard of the universe. Its cenotaph. What do you think destroyed the universe? The unthinkable was wrought. The cycle was discontinued. This tribesman's mind is full of the most unenlightened superstition. Why does this unit seemingly know less than some primitive barbarian? Is that good or bad? Neither. It just happened. But it was a grievous event, and we grieve. Okay, we can't go back to some of the other options. It's a shame. Is that why you call us ghosts? Yes. There is only nothingness outside this ship. Sometimes it spits out ghosts, born out of the world's ashes, and they wander in. The sight of you saddens us, for we mourn you. Alas, there is nothing we can do to help you, since you do not exist. I see. The man sighs and makes a sign with his hand that is vaguely reminiscent of a tech priest's gesture to ward off evil. Pascal, what do you make of these people? Hypothesis. The primitive community is made up of descendants of low-ranking technomats who once serviced this deck. The name Akgen derives from category Akgen. AC stood for the Acolyte category, which serviced the main decks. Gen refers to service staff, who were assigned general, as opposed to specialized maintenance duties. So they are Acolytes of a general category. So about the most basic members for maintenance duties. The man looks at you and Pascal with indifference. He does not seem to have understood a single word. How do you survive here, and what do you do? We hold a vigil for all of existence, and the spirits of the mechanisms give us water, food, and nutrient mix. We thank them for that with rites of machine servicing and maintenance. So commands the great entity. Okay, I want to know more about the great entity. I'm registering multiple deviations from the catechism of maintenance and operation in the actions of these units. Hypothesis. The breaches of sacred instructions do not stem from malicious lapse into heresy. They are the consequence of the rite having been lost to memory. A grave heresy, but not as profane. The voice from the box is full of sorrow and reproach. Who or what is the great entity? The supreme deity, the spirit of wisdom and revelations. It bears the name Marnat. Amernat, maybe? The name grabs Pascal's attention. He says sternly, I'm registering a meaningful linguistic pattern, requesting all available information on Marnat. So if we assume that they are mixing names together, like they did here, I don't know what Am would be, because I don't know the various ranks of tech priests, or what Marnat would mean. But yes, a meaningful linguistic pattern is what I'm assuming he's referring to, that they are making new words from various categories. And so Amernat might be a category. Marnat is a divine being of great wisdom. It was this great wisdom that discontinued the cycle, and all who had partaken of it lapsed into nothingness. We never partook of the wisdom, which is why we exist. and I have nothing to tell you about it, Ghost. You talk to us, your kinsfolk do not. Why? I'm the Fabricator General, which is a very impressive rank and definitely not something he has earned. My shoulders bear the sacred burden of leadership. The man shifts his shoulders, bent under the potentia coil resting upon them. The others fear you, as ghosts can carry the living away into nothingness, but I am protected by Marnat's grace. Pascal's roar is like the blaring alarm of an extractor. Fabricator General, I'm registering heresy. Yeah. The man listens to the tech priest's outburst without flinching. The universe must have a Fabricator General, the supreme priest of the Omnissiah. There is none other to hold that title, therefore it is mine. Have you seen anything unusual lately? The echo of an old crime was heard beneath the arching vaults of our home. The tribesman nods at you gloomily. A ghost of nothingness walked among us, of like appearance to you, but without a face. He spoke words that must not be spoken, and then penetrated the chamber of Observus, and our abode was shaken by the wrath of the gods for days, and we felt as though we were drifting through nothingness. Okay. My assumption, because I don't think none of these ships and stuff were here in this system when we last came through here. So my guess is they're talking about someone came through. I don't know what they mean by without a face. But he probably got the ship to move to this location. And so the shaken by the wrath of the gods and drifting through nothingness is probably them traveling through the void to get here. Probably? Pascal lowers his head and says quietly, "That is him, my mentor, Amarnat." What did he look like? His brow bore the mark of sorrow and past misdeeds, and his voice was like seeping sand. Was he alone? No, other ghosts walked with him, but he alone had a mind and a will. The others did his bidding, potentially servitors. What is the Chamber of Observus? An abode of deities and mighty spirits, secluded from mortals. The man points towards the entrance to the lift shaft. Down this great tube, they used to descend to the mortals. Now they have all retired to the house of Observus, the calm and keen-sighted, there to remember and mourn the world that once was. The unit has given us a distorted description of the observatorium, the bay that housed the Hermeticos Bridge. There, under a grand dome of glasscrete, the wisest hierarchs of the Adeptus Mechanicus would spend time in reflection and strive to discern the Omnissiah's guiding signs in the glimmer of the stars. Pascal hesitates, then adds worriedly, "Correction, this data is a hypothesis. An archive search yielded no confirmation of this data. My possession of it is an anomalous cognitive fluctuation." Yeah, you know stuff you shouldn't, which again leads me back to the fact that something is going on with you that you aren't aware of, and you have some connection here that you have intentionally in the past made yourself forget, or someone placed in you without you being aware of it, I guess is possible. I want to get in there. Abandon this thought. Your kind can't go in there. The Great Tube was made for the travel of gods, not mortals. Only one who has the blessing of Pref, the Great Spirit who rules this deck, may approach the Great Tube. But even such a one will have tried in vain, for the Great Tube's spirits have sealed its gate, and will only open it to those who know the divine word. And the rust wraiths ensure that humans don't steal the word. They'll make short work of any thief. Who is this spirit Pref? Master of this deck, the second most important god after Marnat. Mortals cruelly betrayed his trust once, and he hasn't talked to them or protected them since. Pref only ever answers the shaman's invocations, and only occasionally at that. The tribesmen's profane speculations most likely describe an important machine spirit that remains awake, requesting a conversation with the unit identified as the shaman. We already spoke to the shaman, so they're definitely talking about that cogitator off to the side. Divine word? What divine word? Words command all of existence. The gods ruled the universe using words of power. There was a time when mortals too were granted knowledge of them, but that time died along with the world. Hypothesis. The term divine word refers to a command litany. A thorough understanding of the situation aboard the Hermetico will allow me to select the correct litany and recite it to the that are still operational. And what are the rust wraiths? The man points at one of the motionless statues. The ancient ones, the servants of the gods. They used to be the gods' great warriors. Now they guard the peace of this universal cemetery and see to it that mortals don't challenge the divine order. The Skitarii, the deck guard. The immortal servants are an elite detachment of the crew blessed with the most ancient and wondrous augmetic enhancements. They could survive in a sleeping state for centuries even. After a brief pause, a whisper comes from his box. Their presence here is unusual. Typically, the immortals only leave their storage chapel on special orders from the bridge. So how did the faceless ghost get in? He knew the secret. The spell was not of divine origin. Its power suppressed that of the gods. It was born in the mysterious depths of irregularity, and soon after a mortal first uttered it, the world was no more. Pascal waves a mechadendrite at him in annoyed dismissal and says impatiently, "The blessed Amarnat can command any mechanism on his ship. The indoctrinal heresy uttered by the unit is unworthy of attention." You put a lot of trust in Amarnat, and I'm guessing that things aren't as you hope them to be. Your guesses are amazingly spot on, Pascal. The tech priest is taken aback. He pauses to think, then says with no great confidence, "This statement is false. Each of the hypotheses was logically deduced from our present situation, and other information that you have in your mind that you don't know how it got there." I see. Good. Don't seek to enter the god's abode, Ghost. It is no place for you. I must take my leave. Farewell, Ghost. I hope nothingness summons you back into its embrace soon.
It's about time.
Alright, we'll talk to the shaman again now that we have more direction to go on. What do you seek from him who has Pref's ear, Ghost? Is this Pref then? This specific machine? Or is Pref that cogitator? Unknown. We've come to plead for Pref's benevolence. Every word you say is accompanied by a series of quick drum taps in a complex, choppy rhythm. Crackling comes in response from a vox hidden somewhere inside the wall. The tech shaman tilts his head and says, "The great Pref would like to know who is speaking to him." The prefect enumerator is running an identification procedure. Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that the standard identifiers will be assigned a low priority. If the machine spirits speak a tech priest language, do we even need the old man? Introduce yourself formally, Pascal. Tell me you're the Messiah of discontinuing. Volunteering too much information to an unknown entity is not a good idea. Lie and say that you are an authorized inspector from the fleet's conclave. Do we even need the old man? This statement is false. The idiom is a distinctive vernacular, most likely only used by the ship's crew. It is intuitively familiar to this unit, but not intelligible. I'm guessing introducing yourself formally is going to fail, but let's start there. Introduce yourself formally, Pascal. This unit is Magos Explorator Pascal Hanneman, a member of the Cognizance Fleet, presenting doctrinal compliance and algorithmic obedience certificates. The indicator on Pascal's neural cogitator glows. New data lights up Pascal's noosphere aura that no layperson can see. The tech shaman translates Pascal's words into quick taps on his drum. Its dangling circuit boards jingle dramatically. He inhales the aromatic exhaust of his roaring sensor, listens carefully, and says in a strained voice, "Pref asks why he should treat your words with respect and not scorn them. Pascal's voice becomes dry and bristly. The machine spirit is requesting to know this unit's access privileges. It refuses to submit to a stranger's will without a compelling reason. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After years without a sanctified maintenance, this one may have forgotten all about obedience. Normally in cases like these, a tech priest would bring the wayward spirit to its senses with a shock from an electrical prod or a blow from a wrench, accompanied by the litany of uninterruptible obedience. I think a show of force is in order to show this machine its place. Point at the surrounding ruins. Are you sure this is not a compelling reason? You are an eminent and venerable Magos. It cannot ask for more than that. It wouldn't dare. Since our tech use test succeeded and it's saying we need to use force, shock probes or a blow from a wrench, I'm going to suggest that. I think a show of force is in order to show this machine its place. This statement is true. Pascal extends a hand towards the machine, which is enveloped in showers of sparks. The crack in the tech priest's armored respirators shines a bright green. There is steel in his voice. My power is my authorization. Acknowledge it, or you will regret it, wayward spirit. The tech shaman shouts out in fear and shakes his drum frantically. Pref acknowledges your power, Ghost. He does. He asks why you seek his friendship. Pained rattle comes from Pascal's box as he touches the crack in his armor, which is no longer glowing. He looks as though he has a sudden toothache, then says with effort, Hypothesis. The prefect enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visit? Felt something profound and spiritual and invoke the Messiah. Tell it you are on a mission from Amernat. Perhaps the spirit knows who he is. Or you know the answer yourself, Pascal. I think we will trust Pascal on this. You know the answer yourself, Pascal. I've come to discontinue the cycle. The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from the hidden vox in response and shakes his head contritely. The great Pref does not recognize your name or your face. He will not grant you his friendship and bids you to leave. Pascal's vox hisses angrily and he shakes his head. The prefect enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel. So do we just try again? We've come for Pref's benevolence. Prefect enumerator is running identification procedure. Yeah, so we can give it another try. Tell him you're the Messiah of discontinuing. This unit is Magos Pascal Hahnemann. He hesitates a little, then adds, some identify him as the Messiah of discontinuing. Oops. Although this statement is false. The tech shaman translates Pascal's words into quick taps on his drum. Its dangling circuit boards jingling dramatically. He inhales the aromatic exhaust of the roaring censer, listens carefully, and says in a strained voice, Pref asks why he should treat your words with respect and not scorn them. Pascal's voice becomes dry and bristly. The machine spirit is requesting to know this unit's access privileges. It refuses to submit to a stranger's will. So do we go with a show of force again? I'm not opposed to that. It seemed like a reasonable next step. Acknowledges their power. Why do we seek his friendship? And then we go with the cycle of discontinuing. I think. There we go. So yeah, we have him identify himself as the Messiah of discontinuing. We show our force, and then we're here to discontinue the cycle. Seems to have moved things forward. The tech shaman listens to the crackling that comes in response and opens his mouth to say something, only for Pascal to interrupt him in a tone of authority. The prefect enumerator has stated that he knows my name and is familiar with my power. He respects my mission and grants me a place within the crew's chain of command. Your work here is done, binaric interpreter. Referring to their shaman is just, you are a binaric interpreter. Pascal looks at you and adds with slight surprise, I remember this language now. Or more precisely, this unit used to know it, and now it remembers having known it. The tech priest turns towards the wall with the sacred mechanism concealed inside it and says doubtfully, I'm registering an anomaly. The data exchange deviated from the standard registration procedure. The prefect enumerator was commanded to limit the number of people who have clearance to issue orders, including even high-ranking tech priests from other ships. He was tasked with defending the observatorium as if it were under siege. Our mutual introduction rather resembled an exchange of secret passwords. Okay, I think that means now we can use this. We would like to go up to the observatorium. Request denied. The rattle in the servitor's voice could be easily mistaken for indignation. Access to the lift system denied. Service is in Obscuratoria mode. And Obscuratoria is a complete ban on holy ministry within the compound. Any and all sacred maintenance procedures are deferred until after the ban is lifted. An Obscuratoria is declared when a temple has been compromised by suspected corruption, before battle, or in the event of a major critical incident. Hypothesis. Obscuratoria was declared ahead of a battle in order to hinder a hostile infiltration to the observatorium. Knowing the reason enables this unit to deactivate the containment protocol. Alright, then Pascal, unlock the lift. Hypothesis. As soon as the lift going up to the observatorium is operational, we will be attacked. The deck guard will activate and attack us, requesting confirmation of readiness for combat. Okay. By deck guard, do they mean the Skitarii that are over there? Well, it's fine. We're always ready for battle. Do it. Pascal enunciates solemnly, accompanying each word with binaric commands. As its first pronouncement, this unit declares that no security threat to the High Observatorium is present. As its second pronouncement, this unit orders the operation of the lift system to be restored. As its third pronouncement, this unit confirms its authorization to issue that order. An intricate, monumental, and piercing binaric aria pours from Pascal's vox. Encoded in its signal is Hanuman's authority to give orders on this ship. The servitor stares at Pascal with visored eyes and bows his head awkwardly. Regalia identified. I greet the venerable Magos and will execute the order presently. Lift system activated. The servitor's last words are drowned out by a harrowing screech that rolls across the deck as several shrill voices wail, "Security perimeter breach for the Omnissiah." Yep. And each of the Skitarii immediately activate.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Alright, you guys have about 300 health each. Slightly different amounts, which means you guys probably have slightly different stats. No, so the tribemen are not attacking. It's just the Skitarii. There are quite a few of you. We'll move Cassia there. We'll put ourselves... Wow, we are in a terrible position. We'll just hang out there, I suppose. And I need to switch back to my staff before I forget. Irliet, you can get... There's no cover here. Whatever. Move forward. Argenta, probably something similar. Just move forward a bit. And then as for our meleeers, I'll have you guys start in cover, since you can't really get forward. Except I could move Pascal, so he's better able to move somewhere. I want to leave this front area open so I don't accidentally get to a position where I'm going to kill my own allies. Alright. So... do the usual start.
To being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Nothing I can't do.
Let's switch that.
All too easy.
And
Suits
then a
my
run and
purposes.
gun. Can I get to a position where I can hit multiple? Potentially a line there is doable. Or maybe even, probably not a line there. So are you not an enemy? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hit both of you, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll just hit these two.
Let's see how they respond to this. Nothing of value has been lost.
High momentum, nice. So then we can go steady superiority.
I
Give myself
am
another free attack.
feeling
We're not going to be able to attack you guys because there is that barrier in the way. So I'm only going to be able to get one attack off, unfortunately. And this doesn't actually kill. That's... How much health do you have? You have 500. Okay, I thought they were all 300. You are significant. Well, then I definitely want you dead. Let's move forward a touch. That way I'm better positioned to get more attacks off later.
I shall not fear.
I can do wildfire. That'll give me another attack, which could finish you off. Doesn't give me movement, sadly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll be the end of my free first turn. Then Castia can give me another turn. Kind of forgot that I need to stay within line of sight. That's fine.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Okay. Can just kill you easy enough. Probably need to kill you, which means I'm going to need to get to a new position because you're out of sight, unfortunately. Is that good enough to see you? Yes. Trying to minimize how far I have to walk so I'm not running out of movement. Okay, that's actually good enough.
Nothing I can't do.
Not going to be able to get a good line on you guys, though, unfortunately. I guess that's not necessarily true. If I went... If I activated Reckless Rush...
Suits my purposes.
There we go. If I went, say, here... I can hit you two.
Not a problem for me.
And then just hit you.
All too easy. You didn't stand a chance.
Okay. Simple enough.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What's your deal? So this one's dead. The rest of them were just sort of in stasis, it seemed. Some basic plasma pistols. I think we already have some of those. But in case not, I'll grab one.
Victory awaits.
All right, let's talk to the chief now. See if he has anything to say about that. Nope. And you, shaman. Anything further from you? Also, no. I guess let's just head in. So this is the observatory. Whole bunch of servitors. Brass Whisper Disciple. So Brass Whisper must be the faceless one that came in. Whoever you are. face of the tech priest standing opposite is hidden behind a brass mask. Rather than being one piece, it is assembled from the fragments of many augmetics. You have met this man before. He is called Brass Whisper, a member of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's retinue. Oh, he's back to Calcazar. There you are, tech brother. Brass Whisper's voice is raspy and punctuated. His gaze is turned toward Pascal. The salutatory procedure will be performed, and the identification codes are verified after the priority request has been executed. Tell me, where is the Blessed Amarnat? Tell me where the Blessed Amarnat is. Pascal's voice clangs like steel. A crackled chuckle comes from behind the mask. You still don't understand. You're from Calcazar's retinue. Does he have anything to do with this? So we've heard Calcazar got rid of Amarnat. Calcazar also has a tech priest with them. It's possible maybe you're Amarnat? But I'm still not ruling out the possibility that Pascal himself is somehow Amarnat. Locals spoke of a ghost without a face. Did they mean you? What's going on here? We're looking for Archmagos Amarnat, and we want answers. You're from Calcazar's retinue. Does he have anything to do with this? Marginally. He used to play a major part in this story. Not anymore. This meeting is held upon my initiative. Brass Whisper surveys the Inquisition soldiers and warriors of the Omnissiah standing motionless. That said, I am still under the protection of the Lord Inquisitor and the Cognizance fleet. Keep that in mind. Yeah. Protection of the Inquisitor and the Cognizance fleet. So if we attack you, we're going to make a lot of enemies, in theory. Locals spoke of a ghost without a face. Did they mean you? Response affirmative. In order to move the Hermetico out of the procession of the damned, we had to disturb the pitiful locals. What is going on here? We intend to discontinue the cycle. Is that not obvious? There's a note of sarcasm in Brass Whisper's croaking voice. Yeah, what does that mean? Speak, or I will rip your memories out along with the fair sanctum implanted in your brain. Pascal enunciates each word as he activates his drilling mechadendrite. What do you know of Amarnat? The hollow, pained laughter from behind the brass mask is amplified by its echo. I know everything. We are looking for Archmagos Amarnat, and we want answers. Looking? How absurd. You lack the very concept of what you are looking for, layman. You expect to find a man, and Amarnat never was one. He was never one person. Interesting. The Amarnat Collective was created by a group of tech priests who renounced individuality and merged into a hive mind. A mind that reasoned algorithmically, but was guided by the principles and convictions of a righteous spirit. A superego that brought them one step closer to the Omnissiah. Group of tech priests that merged into a hive mind. Interesting. Makes some sense. You are looking for Archmagos Amarnat, you say. Something clicks inside the Brass Whisper's mask, and his voice becomes louder and harsher as if coated in liquid metal. He has been by your side all this time. This statement is false. The hypothesis is without merit. Brass Whisper interrupts him with a forceful shout. As the cycle coils in multitudinous loops, it intersects with itself. And locks us in a cage of data vows. Pascal shudders as if struck by the motive force itself. Mechadendrites rise like steel wings behind his shoulders. The voice from the Vox speaker takes on an otherworldly profundity and power, and therefore the cycle must be discontinued. Huh. I did think that Pascal was Amarnat, but it seems like he is just part of the Amarnat Collective, but wasn't aware of it, which seems strange. Pascal, what is going on? You could ask if he's part of the hive mind, but that seems fairly clear at the moment. What is going on? Pascal turns his gaze to you, his pupils burning bright with celestial fire. A single word escapes from his vox. Restoration. Cognitive reconstruction mechanism activated. The memory is awakening inside you. Brass Whisper is shaken by a violent coughing fit. Then he shouts ferociously, "Remember!" The Amarnat Collective was designed to be a philosopher and a researcher. The concepts he produced were so powerful that they almost destroyed the Cognizance fleet. But then he faced an unsolvable dilemma, and that was when Amarnat came apart. The 7 constituent servants of the Omnisci hid their own memories from themselves behind false personas and were sent off to various parts of the Koronus Expanse. They went into hiding. Each had to live in solitude for many decades, accumulating observations and eventually bringing that experience to a reunited Amarnat who would tackle the dilemma once more. That would be the restoration. So all of the Hannemans we've found were each part of this, potentially, were each part of the Amarnat. There were 7 of them. I don't know how many we found, but quite a few. Or were they, some of them, actually just worshippers of Amarnat and the cycle discontinuing? Can't say with confidence that they were all part of this, the 7 collective members. Sorrow echoes in Pascal's inhuman voice. 211 Terran years. It was such a long time ago. Your companion looks overwhelmed and pensive. So you wandered off 211 years ago just to gain more experience and knowledge, so that for this moment of coming back, you would be able to answer the question that Amarnat was stuck on. So the tech priests of the name Hanneman are all parts of Amarnat? Did Amarnat believe he could form again? The plan sounds risky. And what was the dilemma Amarnat faced? All good questions, but yeah, the tech priests of the name Hanneman are all parts of Amarnat. We've killed several or seen several die. So what happens there if they don't make it back? Yes, 6 mental keynotes. Demez was paranoia. After the separation, he sensed that his memory was a web of lies, and that feeling drove him into the depths of madness. Tarsus was faith, fiery and unyielding. Yeah, we saw him early on, where we met Heinrichs, I believe. That was him. Axiomantha was logic, unclouded by emotion or value judgments. Was she the one that we just met on the planet that Kalkazar sent us to? The one that was like dual-brained? Like 2 people merged together? Abel was her good twin. Yes, imagination. So logic and imagination were twins. Okay. He did not know his past, just like the others, but he felt more than they did. He was always different. That was why he was the first to get close to the restoration. One of the first. Pascal was judgment, the moderator of the cognitive process, the one who makes the decision. Pascal's voice rises to the vault of the observatorium and rumbles beneath it like thunder. In Nihel, the brass mask starts to unlock with a hissing sound. The augmetics bend back, revealing a face disfigured by burns, a woman's face with a pair of darkly radiant, vibrant eyes. Skepticism, the one who doubts. So, Kalkazar attacked or killed Amarnat or something in an effort to get the device that we need to talk to him about, that he just stole from the tech priests. But I'm wondering if the idea that he killed or whatever Amarnat was whatever has been done to this tech priest, disfigured and burnt. If he did some sort of torture there to get the information. Did Amarnat believe he could form again? The plan sounds risky. Restoration was statistically calculated on a level beyond your comprehension, layman. Billions of variables were taken into account. Countless scenarios went into the development of optimal strategies. 2 Amarnat units meeting each other was an inevitable certainty. The matching identifiers were to be a spark that would start a chain reaction, and that was precisely what happened. Okay. And I guess it's not required that the others make it here, because in most, if not all cases, when they died, Pascal grabbed their memory core so that we could keep their knowledge, which we've probably brought here. So we could still do this merging. A ringing brittleness enters Pascal's voice. We were motivated by the perfect stimuli, curiosity, anxiety, shame. Each part of us was hostage to the legend of a betrayal. It had, to the legend of a betrayal it had committed. Her suffering drove us to search and strive. What was the dilemma that Amarnat faced? Its name was xenos, the secret to the right of putting a machine spirit to death. A technology embodying the discontinuing of the cycle. Was it meant to exist? Or was it the acme of profanity against the Omnissiah and his creation? We've seen Pascal use that a few times to just explosively destroy a machine when it is convenient. Or when he needs to. By just saying some sort of like tech litany. And is that knowledge that is righteous and from the Omnissiah, or is it profane to destroy technology? Pascal continues Brass Whisper's speech in a lofty tone. xenos was the perfect weapon against creations of the Omnissiah that had been corrupted by enemies, but also against his faithful servants. Its spread could bring victory to the Imperium, or it could destroy it. xenos could spell the end of the Adeptus Mechanicus, for it was the perfect answer to the power wielded by the cult of the machine god. Was it a blessing or a curse? There was no answer. Protraction was unacceptable, and so a way was found to shelve the issue. Brass Whisper gives a raspy sigh, and I found the answer. xenos could not exist. We will correct our mistake. You're the maimed hunter. Yes. What is xenos? The power of machine negation, a noosphere signal that interrupts any and all life created by the Omnissiah. The green flash runs along the crack in Pascal's respirator, the power that I use to tap into unconsciously. Shared knowledge that lay dormant inside the mind of every Amarnat unit. You tried to decrypt the other Hanuman's neurocogitators, did you not? But to no avail. It was you who created the cipher that locked Amarnat's memory. So you're the maimed hunter who tried to kill the other Hanumans. This statement is true. I was admitted into the Lord Inquisitor's retinue and authorized to study a dangerous artifact taken from Amarnat. It tried to exert some kind of influence on me, but my data valves protected me. Nihil Hanuman touches her scarred face. A short circuit awakened some of my memories. I conducted an analysis, solved the xenos dilemma, and began to act. What was your... They each had a... skepticism. Yeah, I was like, what is your aspect? Because that probably leads to why you ended up with the decision you made. And she's skepticism, so the fact that she is determined that it needs to be destroyed when she knows that she has a biased point of view is kind of crazy. I conducted an analysis, solved the xenos dilemma as a skeptic, and began to act. Okay. My agents all but terminated Tarsus, but we hid under the armor of martyrdom and insanity. An attempt to intercept Pascal and alter Templum Calixus X-17, that's probably where we met Pascal, failed because Abel had summoned him. The assassins caught up to him at the Rykad Minoris starport, but he was able to escape again. Another group went after Abel, only to perish at an electro-priest monastery. You dispatched Demetz, who had lapsed into heresy. Axiomantha simply disappeared until she suddenly turned up dead on Euphrates II. I have no idea how she managed to hide from me. Oh, no, it was Abel. Was it Abel that we met at the Electro-Priest Monastery? And Tarsus was the tech priest that showed up on our ship saying that he had orders to capture and kill Pascal for heresy and copying their codes. And we had to kill him. Okay. Idiot, Calcazar was harboring Axiomantha the whole time she was working for him. We know that to be true. You betrayed your brothers and sisters. Such an act is unforgivable. Also true. Yours was a grim duty, but you were unflinching in fulfilling it. I wouldn't say it's a grim duty. I think that you are skewed by your skepticism. I'm trying to remember what the word was. And so you've got a viewpoint that's not accurate for what you need to do regarding this. Calcazar was harboring Axiomantha the whole time. She was working for him. I'm registering a lie. The Lord Inquisitor shared my conviction that Amarnat's legacy had to be destroyed. He was summoned to the Koronus Expanse by loyal members of the Cognizant's fleet in order to depose Amarnat. It was his troops that attacked the Hermetico in an attempt to obliterate our schismatic creation. So that was how you got on board the ship and into the Observatorium, Niall. Our traitorous tech comrades gave Calcazar the access codes to the bridge, and he gave them to you. Acute conviction vibrates in Pascal's voice as he makes these quiet statements of fact. He is not asking questions, he is passing judgment. And judgment was his area of focus. You were deceived, sister. Calcazar appropriated our work. He continued our research, no longer bound by the omniscience canon, and you enabled him by destroying those who could return and reclaim his blighted prize. Lies. Something you have not heard before creeps into Niall's voice, a note of fear. You betrayed your brothers and sisters. Such an act is unforgivable. With a mixture of pain and pride, Brass Whisper replies, we all chose the path of martyrdom. I merely helped them reach the supreme goal at the end of that path. Niall's voice is imperiously metallic. Tech brother, I offer you the chance to yield peacefully to a fate that will please the Omnissiah. Do not resist your termination, and you will pass into oblivion as my friend and fellow believer. Pascal's reply sweeps Niall's words away like a gust of wind. His optical visor turns a blinding blue. No, tech sister. Refraining from resistance was never our way. I am an explorator. I am a reconnoiter of knowledge. I have brought fire to 100 worlds. I have gleaned 1,000 secrets in the darkness. I am an agent of unbridled will. I will not yield to oblivion, for oblivion itself fears me. Smile at Niall. This is my companion, Pascal Hanneman, and you made a mistake of meddling with him. Very true. If anyone cares to hear a rogue trader's opinion on the matter, we get cut off. That's crazy. Think about what she said, Pascal. Your secret is dangerous. Just say nothing. No, we're siding with Pascal on this 100%. This is my companion, Pascal Hanneman, and you made a mistake in meddling with him. You wanted me to awaken, tech sister. Here I am, holding you to account. Niall's disfigured lips twist and seeds of dismay sprout in her voice. I lured you here for a reason, Pascal. I wanted you to see what our followers had become. This is what deviation from dogma ends in. Breach of canon begets ignorance. Ignorance begets blasphemy. All we did was breed corruption, schism. Remember when they came to depose us? We resisted them and destroyed this ship, a sacred relic, an Ark Mechanicus older than our priesthood itself. Here in this hall, we released the Shatos and allowed an unconscionable heresy to happen. Do you remember? Do you remember how you got your cleft jaw? Pascal looks thoughtful as he touches the crack running along his armored respirator. A green spark runs through the deep gash left by an enemy's weapon in the metal. And it sufficed for you to merely show up in the Expanse again for the schism to rear its head once more. The Cognizant's fleet is already being torn apart by a fratricide war. Is this what we wanted? Let us finish this. Let us discontinue the cycle. Now the words of the one who once called herself Brass Whisper sound more like a plea. The voice that answers her is no human voice. It could belong to a giant void ship or forge world. It could, if they could speak. You violated procedure, skepticism. You usurped the function of another. You challenge only. You do not make decisions. I do. He's judgment. That was his position in their group. You're right, Pascal. You are the decision maker. We must not fight. We are surrounded by enemies. Enough blood has been shed. Let us destroy her, Pascal. I mean, I'd rather work with her than just kill her. Pascal's probably going to go for the lethal option. We could push for some sort of working together. But ultimately, he is the decision maker of this group. They all agreed to that when they started it. Are we surrounded by enemies? To some extent. If we can get her on our side, I think that's the best outcome rather than just killing her. We must not fight. We are surrounded by enemies. Enough blood has been shed. Niall rasps a sigh and gives Pascal a look of despair. The decision is his to make. It is. And I've made it. Pascal extends a mechadendrite towards Niall and pronounces, Tech Sister, my judgment of you and your actions is one of condemnation. Tampering with procedure is unacceptable. Sabotaging the experiment is apostasy. For your betrayal, your vital functions will be terminated in the name of the Messiah of Discontinuing. Greenish pulse of energy is born inside Pascal's augmetics and darts towards Niall like a furious lightning bolt. Just shutting down all of her mechanical components. Oh, and she's hitting back. I guess that's fair. If we've determined her to be heretical in her actions, having her... And she doesn't disagree with her decisions because she's skepticism. Having her immediately fight back the same way. She knows the same spell or tech statement. The green energy entangles Niall like a net, burning her true flesh, draining the life force from her augmetics and mechanical components, but she focuses her will and strikes back at Pascal with a pulse of her own. The rattling voice, no longer human, rages and roars like a forest fire. I refuse to recognize you as the Messiah. I do not believe in you. That is your problem. You have always been too skeptical.
Take a knee and bow before me. Stand your ground.
1,000 health. Like, Pascal is pretty powerful. Arguably a more powerful tech priest than her. He's got 200 health. 1,000. So anyone else of note here? You've got 300, 300. We've got a few 300s, but really, Niall is the actual threat here. But I don't think it's really going to change much. If I can get like a line here, that would be amazing. Ultimately, there's just big groups of enemies that there's probably lines I can make. So yeah, we'll go there. Iliad, there's just no cover here. So I'll just have you stand out in the open. Argenta, same with you. And Abelard, sure. We'll just all stand in a line. The most powerful of options. Alright, Cassia. Let's do the usual.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Suits my purposes.
Okay. Orchestrate flames.
Nothing I can't do.
Can I get into a nice, convenient line? If I was here. Yeah. I'm definitely liking that line.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. None shall survive.
I could, if I wanted to be a little risky, I could use my... No, it's not even risky because Cassia has the item that allows her to get 50 more. So we're fine. We'll use Steady Superiority to give us another attack. So then I want to find a different line. I mean, arguably, I could just go here. Just do that. Because I can't really move up to get even more of the enemies. So yeah, let's go with that, hitting both of them. Alright, Niall's down. Did you turn yourself into some sort of bomb? Because that's not good. What's going on with you? Armor reduction, that's fine. Brass Whisper awakens the Shadows, empowering both herself and Pascal for 1 round. Okay. Use the power of the Shadows to jam all augmentations and mechanisms in the bodies of her enemies. Targets must pass a willpower resistance test with -10 penalty or become stunned for 1 round. Project the Flesh. Wrath of a Shadows. At the start of each round, a special 7x7 zone is created around a random enemy that explodes at the end of the round. Anyone in the zone at the time of the explosion will suffer the Wrath of the Shadows effect for 2 rounds. Creatures already affected by this effect, Wrath of the Shadows is removed instead. It's not really clear what that ongoing effect was. Cool. We'll move up another step and then end our free turn. Now, Cassia. What can you do here? Sure. Wait, did you fully heal? Come on. You're back to 1,000 health. Seems fine. Okay, we got our high momentum. Can't hit that one, unfortunately. We'll hit you as well. And sure. Finest hour on us.
In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
Let's see. You are unharmed, so I might want to start the attack on you. Go down through that line.
Not a problem for me. Trusting me was your biggest mistake.
Alright, Niall, you're going to go down pretty soon, which is the goal. Let's use that. Which allows me to do a run and gun if I need.
All too easy. You didn't stand a chance.
Are you actually dead this time, Niall? Yes. Good.
Suits my purposes.
Can I get a line? Not really. I could go here and then dash to get a good line, possibly. Because, yeah, as it stands, it's not ideal. So let's dash to here.
Nothing I can't do.
Or not, we'll dash to there. Almost looks like it's good enough, but it's barely not. Alright, we'll hit the two of you.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost.
And you can die.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
And you.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
I will not let you win. I will destroy this ship. We already beat you. Stop. Thou shalt not create a schism. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic. Like the hand of a deity, the Mechadendrite extends over Niall's lying convulsing on the deck. I did not want this, tech sister, but the procedure must be completed. Farewell. His claw carefully removes a mangled, soot-covered neurocogitator from Brass Whisper's head. The deck priest shudders, and peace descends over his disfigured face. Take a closer look at Pascal. What the tech priest looks the same as before, yet different. His morbid aura of martyrdom has given way to a calm and powerful halo of purposefulness. His mechadendrites move with a grace of an inscrutable dance. The scars left by loss and doubt have turned into dark threads on a radiant body, confident in its next step. And his voice, a voice born in the nuclear font of a star and hardened in the cold of the interplanetary void. Bow to the Messiah of Discontinuing. I think that's a fine option. We could just say you did the right thing, or I'm sorry for the death of your tech sister. But we'll try bowing to him and see where that leads. Pascal remains motionless. Only a short binaric aria comes from his vox. You feel oddly confident that your gesture of respect has been appreciated and received favorably. The voice from the vox is like the tolling of bells, summoning a host of angels. I declare the period of ignorance over and will resume execution of the general algorithm. Integrity has been rehabilitated to a satisfactory degree. Memory access has been restored. I remember everything. Pascal turns to you and gives you a long look brimming with quiet elation. Are you Amernat? What are you, or what were you? And what next? What is the general algorithm? Are you Amernat? This statement is true. Pascal's stock phrase sounds more complex and more human than before. I carry within me his memory and his logical foundation. I am us. I am Amernat. I said early on that I thought he might be secretly Amernat, and I was partially right. He was 1/7 of Amernat, and now, carrying all the memory cores, he is Amernat. Thank you for the path we have walked. As Pascal bows, his thin shoulders seem to take an eternity to descend from the heights that his mind has soared to, and I am sorry about what happened to Theodora. Did you know, Theodora? We did hear that Amernat came on board while Theodora was there, and was involved. Amernat and Theodora were involved in Nomos, I believe. Like everything going on with that. Did you know Theodora? We were allies. She entrusted me with studying a trophy she had obtained. The voice from the Vox grows quiet and hoarse, as though coming from a distant past. We, Amernat, discovered the basic way of communicating with it. We developed a weapons-grade strain of tech blight for her. It terrified me, so I developed its antidote, Shadows, the concept for the ultimate interruption of machine life. So, they discovered a basic way of communicating with it. I'm assuming that's Nomos. We developed a weapons-grade strain of tech blight for her. So some sort of weapons-grade tech blight that they gave to Theodora. To use against Nomos if necessary, maybe? It terrified me, so the antidote... Oh, the tech blight. Weapons-grade tech blight that they created. That's the thing that Calcazar has just grabbed. That mutates technology. So in order to stop it, they developed a Shatos to just destroy whatever machinery, including that weapons-grade strain of tech blight. That was why every one of our shards was located so close to you and to the Von Valencius domain. We were counting on her finding us and extending us her aid and protection. What are you, or what were you? A higher form of intelligence, a collective of computational tools freed from the limitations of individualism and the aberrations that stem from having a distinct personality, and at the same time a collective bound by a single set of principles that are of equal importance to all, being pure of faith in the Omnissiah and acting for the benefit of humanity. We were different. Each one of us considered the prospect of such an experiment, but I was the first to gain the resolve to attempt it. Niall joined the project to effect control over it. She regarded the experiment as dangerously close to a blasphemous act of creation. The Conclave had ordered her to end my research, but she became convinced of the possibility of its success. Niall reinforced our union with the prudence of Demetz, a meticulous and reserved auditor, a danger seeker. I strengthened our genius with the fiery faith of the warrior Tarsus in order to banish the shadows of false ideas. Axiomantha, who teetered on the brink of becoming a Maltech, was chosen by us for her loyalty to ruthless logic in her cold scrutiny, or indeed dissection of our theories. Abel refills Pascal's voice, our quiet genius, the caged genius of imagination, the abstract artist of code. His talents completed the collective and made it a whole. And what next? What is the general algorithm? A judgment must be passed. Should the secret of Shatos exist or be shunned as a false path? And should I exist? That is, we, Amernat. Amernat was a union of 6 tech priests. All but a few of them are dead now. How does Amernat still exist? Because he's got their memory, I'm guessing. What judgment are you leaning towards? What will the destruction of Shadows mean for you? We need Amernat and the power he wields. We need a Shadows. But we also need Pascal. I agree with that one. We need Pascal still. Your secret reeks of heresy. Do the right thing and destroy it. And only you can make the decision. Amernat was a union of 6 tech priests. All but a few of them are dead now. How does Amernat still exist? Everything Amernat was at the moment of the disconnection has now awoken in my mind. We are at the point where we stopped, but the Amernat collective was envisioned as a dynamic structure. We need new minds. The collective can be replenished with worthy minds from among those aboard the Hermetico. Sincerity is present in their motives and faith. They are intuitively capable of comprehending the notion of discontinuing the cycle. Our collective memory can compensate for their lack of knowledge and memory of the rites. Restoration is possible. Pascal, or what used to be known as Pascal, makes the sacred gesture, and green sparks run down his mechanical arm, but the judgment must be passed first. Using some of those random people to be the next minds in your collective. I don't know about that. They seemed... I mean, he's saying that the collective memory, so implanting the memory cores into those random people, will make up for their current lack of knowledge, because it'll just give them that knowledge. I guess it could work. It feels... I don't know. I don't know about that one. What judgment are you leaning toward? Pascal casts a sorrowful gaze at Niall's body. His voice is full of wisdom and weariness. We have seen many things over the decades. Centuries even. 211 years, I think he said. We have seen true corruption, the distortion of the Omnissiah's designs, Kappa Gamma, Euphrates II, the planets of Xenos passed into oblivion, our own crimes, the darkness grows, there must be a fire to burn it away. The graceful dance of the Mechadendrites takes on a more energetic, wilder pattern. I'm leaning towards the idea that Shadows is necessary, that Amernat is necessary, that the cycle must be discontinued. What would the destruction of Shadows mean for you? So he wants Shadows to remain, Shadows in Amernat. What will the destruction of Shadows mean for you? A shower of sparks bursts from the power unit on Pascal's shoulders, burning holes in his scarlet hood. As an act of self-sacrifice, I will destroy the data concerning this technology and the methods of reproducing it. I will burn it out of my neural circuits, along with everything that led to its creation. Amernat will be no more. Only a damaged and incomplete shard of him will remain. Pascal Hanneman. Will Pascal be a damaged state, or are you just saying that the partial version that you will leave is what we've known all along as Pascal? We need Shadows, but we also need Pascal. There are gratifying overtones of pain in the god's voice. So great is the temptation to preserve my personhood and yet hold on to the power of Shadows. My own thirst to yield to that temptation is what allows me to pass the judgment. Shadows must be foregone. One cannot possess it without one's mind becoming depraved, and the existence of the Amernat collective will sooner or later lead to its destruction and the concentration of the innermost secret in the hands of one. This is unacceptable. Draw your weapon, I will not let it happen. That's crazy. So he fears that if he alone, as Pascal, holds on to that knowledge, it'll become too much, and he will start using it for depravity. It needs to have the collective to monitor it. I don't know if I 100% buy your reasoning, but I'll let it slide. Do what you've decided to do. Pascal throws back his head, the power brimming in his voice rushes forth like a flood. The tech priest's booming voice is heard throughout the ship, echoed by every vox speaker on every deck. I peered into the vortex of time and saw dark omens. I saw that my tech comrades and I were trapped in the cycle, spiraling towards nothingness. I saw inevitable doom at the end of that trajectory and rebelled against it. In accordance with the machine god's commandment, I've crafted a tool with which to implement my design. In accordance with his commandment, I have developed a plan and analyzed it, and I will act. By my power as an Archmagos, I hereby effect a restoration and revive the Amarnat Collective. The servants of the Omnissiah need a Messiah who will discontinue their cycle, and I will be that Messiah. I am him. Also, I do love that we've just been on fire this entire time. Because we're just still right after the fight. And so the fire hasn't been put out. The Action tribesfolk, the ignorant fosterlings of the Omnissiah, slip into the observatorium hall like silent shadows. Led by an intuitive grasp of the significance of the moment, they automatically gather in a circle, heeding Pascal's summons, or perhaps at this point, someone else's. You hear echoes of other voices in Pascal's, a touch of immense anxiety, of Tarsus's zeal, of Axiomantha's pensiveness. They all fuse into a new voice, full of wisdom and competence in his prerogative to lead, the voice of Archmagos Amarnat. And this voice takes hold of the lips of your companion's new brothers and sisters. The ancient tech priests turn and gaze towards you and say with gravitas, "Let the cycle be discontinued." Okay. Gonna do my looting, of course. Then we will get back to talking to Pascal, I suppose.
None shall stand in my way.
I guess we can't talk to him. He's part of our party, so we'll have to talk to him on the ship. I was worried that if he was part of this collective again, they might force him to remain behind, which would have been disappointing. But it seems that's not the case. He can be part of this Amarnat collective without having to remain here. Because giving up Pascal would be rough.
Irrefutable certainty.
Okay, that's everything looted. I assume we've already looted you. And we can't talk to any of the chief or tribesmen. So I guess we're just done here.
A new challenge for me?
Yeah, we can't communicate with that anymore. Is there anyone or anything else to do here before we just leave? My guess is the answer is no.
It's about time.
Yeah, I think all we can do is just leave at this point. All right. I've liked Pascal's questline. It's been cool. Your Lordship, we are observing a large squadron of the Adeptus Mechanicus forces. Many of the ships are badly damaged. Judging by the position of the servants of the Omnissiah, they are divided into two groups. I dare say they were fighting not long ago. I'm picking up a signal from one of the ships. This ship is identified as a Von Valentius Dynasty vessel. You are being hailed by a representative of the Explorator Cognizance fleet. Query, is the statement that the Messiah, considered fallen, has come back true? Is the statement that the cycle will be discontinued true? Is the statement that the Messiah, considered fallen, has come back true? They wish to know if their fratricidal battle should continue. What do you think I should answer, Ignatius? Tell them the statement is true. Amarnat has returned to reign and unite his flock. Or, Blessed Amarnat calls upon those who remain loyal to him to put an end to the unbelievers and thus mend the schism. I would say we want to unite rather than put an end to the unbelievers. Let's try and heal the schism through peace. Tell them the statement is true. Amarnat has returned to reign and unite his flock. We're picking up an active Vox exchange on encrypted frequencies between the Explorator ships. Incoming message. The Cognizant fleet praises the new Messiah. The mistakes will be corrected. The unbelief will be replaced with faith. Let the cycle be discontinued. Okay, let's see if anything new shows up at the Explorator flotillas. No, I can't interact with them at all. I guess that's fair. Alright. Back to the bridge. Let's talk to Pascal. See if he has anything further to say. Or maybe it'd be interesting if they renamed his character Amarnat at this point. But I'm guessing that won't be the case and he's still Pascal. And then maybe we'll talk to Nomos. Pascal was back here. Just to see if Nomos has anything further to say at this point. Yep, still Pascal.
The Amarnat Collective never found the time to thank you for your cooperation, Von Valancius. The part you played in achieving the restoration will not be forgotten.
He definitely sounds different. Something ancient and infinitely informed is looking at you from behind the mask that was once Pascal Hanneman's face. In a deep voice vibrating like a live wire, it says, "What are you now? Still human or not anymore? What are you going to do now? What did you do? What you did to yourself, was it worth it? Are your new comrades all that you hoped they would be? Is there a simpler way to achieve your goal? An ancient tech monstrosity has no place in my retinue. No. So what are you now? Still human or not anymore?"
I am the Messiah of discontinuing. I am the computing power of 6 righteous souls. Yet I am more than that. Much like a human is more than the sum of their organs. As to whether I am human, I doubt it. I am a data spirit, an incarnation of the answer to the question we pose to the Omnissiah. However, the person you knew will forever remain at the core of my system.
Amarnat lowers his head pensively, and then the tech priest narrows his eyes a little, as though smiling from behind his respirator. Yeah, so he is now Amarnat, a collection of 6 righteous souls, a data spirit. So, yeah, but the core of him is still Pascal. Greet you, Messiah. Happy to make your acquaintance. I shall miss my friend Pascal. Both are true statements. But I greet you, Messiah. Happy to make your acquaintance.
We are no strangers to each other. We are fighting the same fight, and have been through a great deal together. None of what we have achieved has been forgotten.
So, essentially, everything that Pascal was is still inside of him. He just is now enhanced by the other members of the collective. But it's not just that he has the memories necessarily of Pascal, but I think like personality-wise and who he is at his core is like Pascal plus. So what are you going to do now?
Serve the Omnissiah. The cycle of our lives has been worn down for too long, and I will initiate its renewal. It will be a time of great suffering and great sacrifice, but thus commands the analysis. The Cognizant fleet is ready to bear the good tidings to the Imperium.
I mean, it's interesting because looking from an outside perspective at the 40K universe, they see themselves as an enlightened people, but when you know of their history, that there used to be much greater technologies, and then I think AI was developed that eventually pushed too far and caused large wars that eventually led to the destruction of much of that technology, and now the ritualization of it. So it's like they don't learn new things, and instead are just performing rituals that they know that will repair stuff. And so it's like we recognize that they're in a bit of a dark age, but they don't see it. And so this discontinuing the cycle, I think, could be their attempt, like this, been worn down for too long, and initiating a renewal could be that plan of what we have been is not the enlightened state that we thought we were. And now we need to actually try moving on to better things. At least that's how I'm interpreting that could be.
But first, I will make good on my obligations towards you. When your enemies have been vanquished, I will part ways with you. But no sooner. Such has been the judgment of the component of mine, once known as Pascal.
What you did to yourself, was it worth it?
All of it was worth it. It is the greatest honor to be the one upon whom the Omnissiah has bestowed his gift. It is the greatest heresy to reject it and allow it to sink into oblivion.
The Messiah of Discontinuing looks at the palms of his hands, on which sparks of destructive green energy are dancing. I don't know if working around technology, he is our primary tech priest on board. Engine seer, I think was the term. The prime engine seer. I don't know if I want him just casually always having destructive energy dancing over his fingers. Like, that's the power that you should keep locked away until you need it. Otherwise, you're going to accidentally kill something that we need. But okay. Yes, I can see that essentially viewing yourself, this position as being a messiah, being granted to you by the Omnissiah himself, is how you view it, that would be a huge honor.
Was I afraid? I was. Have I missed the past and my mortal thoughts? I have. Self-sacrifice in the name of divinity must be agonizingly painful, for no catharsis is possible without pain, and no apotheosis is genuine without loss. Forgive me for not being able to put it in any simpler terms, much as I would like to. This is something one must experience in order to comprehend it.
So I wonder what state he considers himself in. Like, using terms like apotheosis, divinity, etc. Does he see himself as a god at this point? Because obviously the Omnissiah itself is the god they worship. So does he see himself as just like some sort of saint, prophet, messiah, I guess is the term? Or does he actually see himself as being divine? Because he certainly says that he is more than human. I'm curious where that puts himself. And I guess Amranat might be. If you consider Amranat the collective minds, not the human flesh of Pascal, but that they're just the memory cores all working together, in the same way that he was able to rip them out of the others that died and implant them into the other people on the station. And then Amranat continues. And so even if Pascal, the individual here, dies, if they just plant that logic core into someone else, Amranat as a whole, this collective intelligence, would continue on. And so maybe that Amranat is something greater, something divine. Not to say that Pascal himself is. Like this being in front of me that calls themselves Amranat. I don't know. Are your new comrades all that you hoped they would be?
My assessment of them was correct. Ignorance was remedied. Purity and loyalty were raised to an absolute degree. Castes the Doubter gave us his skepticism. Lycut the Spirit Talker, his unflinching faith. Logic and paranoia had no names in their past lives, but their minds are sharp and singular.
Okay, so some of these people he gave name or had names. None of them had names that we talked to. But then there were a few who, even there on the ship, just didn't have names. They just fulfilled their roles on the ship, and they've been raised up to be part of this Amernat.
Finding a mind that could replace Abel's was the hardest of all. However, a young woman was found on the lower decks of the Hermetico, whose imagination completed our collective. Her name, you will appreciate fate's subtlety here. Her name was Nihel.
Okay. It's a bit amusing. Because Nihel was skepticism before. They found a new person, same name, as the only person on the ship they could find that had the imagination necessary to fulfill Abel's role in Amernat. Wasn't there a simpler way to achieve your goal?
If I could show you the web of cause and effect that permeates the world, you would understand. Its threads are so numerous and so densely intertwined that they give density to the very reality around us, and analyzing them is an intricate process indeed. During my great meditation, a statistical probability was revealed to me, which led to this moment in time, and I followed it. As you can see, it has worked.
Yeah. It seems crazy, but also we don't know how long they were working on this problem before they decided to do the big schism split that they did. And then they were each going their separate ways, doing their individual learning and processing for 211 years before coming back to this moment. Like, that's a ton of processing power that has gone into this decision.
I think you realized yourself that nothing was accidental, especially not our meeting. If I had chosen differently, if I had simplified my way of thinking, who knows at what moment the thread of possibilities would have taken a turn for the dark spaces of the undesirable.
Our meeting not being accidental seems strange to me. The reason we were in the Rykad system was because of Chaos Worshippers sabotaging our ship, and the only reason we were there looking for Pascal is we needed a new engine seer. And I think it's really hard for me to fathom that 7 people standing around making a decision of what to do 200 years in the future anticipated all of that playing out. Also, Amernat worked with Theodora before the split, and the split was 211 years ago. So Theodora was probably significantly over 200 years herself. Wow. Like, I get tech priests, they're mostly machines that are just keeping their biological functions running. But normal people, I didn't think, even with rejuvenation training or treatments, could live that long. Unless there's something about that. Yeah, maybe I'm misinterpreting some of the timeline. I believe we are done here.
Then I will return to my meditation.
Okay. I think now I want to go talk to Nomos, because he was involved in a lot of that, or at least some of that, and maybe he might have more to say. You have a name. Bunch of Nomoses. Oh, Vladimir Tokar the Liege. Hi there. Servitor's mindless oculars remind you of the dark glasses Vladimir concealed his emotions behind. He has nothing to hide. The unblinking gaze of the servitor gargoyle is fixed on you. Nomos are here. What do you want to talk about? Yeah. Nothing new there. Asclepius, yes, is the one who was looking for Nomos. Maybe we talk to him here. No. Maybe there's not anything further with Nomos, which is disappointing. At some point, like, he seems like such a interesting character that we haven't had enough interactions with. And I'm suspicious that Nomos is going to really take off whatever ends up happening there when we go back to the Inquisitor. Because it feels like Nomos was involved in the early days of Theodora and Pascal/Amernat and the Inquisitor. Like, all of them working together towards that. And so I think it'll finally come to a head when we meet back with the Inquisitor. But I guess we'll see. I don't think we have anything else going on now. Yeah, just questions and answers. Get back to Footfall and talk to Calcazar. Okay. Mysterious sickness has struck the clan. Yeah. I think that's another one we've seen before. So, Footfall is here. So we'll just head up here with a safe jump. And then head down here with another safe jump. And that will get us to Footfall. I wonder if we can finally go here now that we've gotten a lot farther in various tech priesty quest lines. Or are you still closed off? My guess is it's still closed off. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Alter Templum Calixis X-17 Sanctuary has no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Yeah, I was hoping that maybe Pascal would have some sort of connection there that could get us access. Because I think we haven't been there yet, right? That's just been a question mark the entire game. Let's go to the Liege's residence, which I guess means we just need to go to the atrium. Do we take Argenta? No, we take Heinrichs. We're going to meet the Inquisitor. We need Heinrichs with us. For sure. Alright, let's level you up. Just 2 levels. I've got all these things marked as interesting things I want, and we're not going to get them. I mean, that one seems interesting if we're regularly charging around. Making our self-priority target is probably the smartest for our warriors. Yeah, we're gonna go that route. Will Heinrich's get to turn this plot thread? Do you mean a turn in battle? In which case, no. Probably. Or do you mean, will he be involved in the plot thread itself, in dialogue and whatnot? In which case, yes, probably. Yeah, thick skin seems good. There you go. You are now leveled up.
I won't tolerate weakness.
So, yeah. We need to meet with Calcazar and find out why he seems extremely sketchy in his actions. Like, is he heretical? Maybe hold back so we can see everyone's new abilities? I suppose we could, assuming a combat happens. What brings you to me, Ignatius? Incendia looks up from her parchment and inquires tensely. I'm going to see Calcazar. I have questions for him. I'm not going to tell her she needs to cease her judgments. She's gone overboard, but not to an extent that I think is necessarily evil. Or needs to be stopped. I'm going to see Calcazar. I have questions for him. I'm afraid you will not have the opportunity to ask them. The Lord Inquisitor has left Footfall. He charged me with the defense of the Furibundus system and departed on a secret mission in great haste. None are privy to its details. Incendia's tone carries a note of wounded pride. Alright, I bid you farewell. Take joy in the sight of a new and transformed Footfall. Incendia tirelessly closes her eyes and pulls out a small book of Drusian prayers and starts reading. A serene smile soon spreads across her face. According to the Footfall's residents, the Lord Inquisitor and his people departed from the station with an unknown destination. Perhaps the palace still holds clues that could tell the rogue trader where Calcazar is headed. Very well.
Victory awaits!
Let's head up to the palace and see if we can determine where he was going. Hi, Frosher. The old servant casts a sharp, appraising glance at you. How can I be of use to you, your lordship? It's a trap, just a guess. Seems reasonable. I mean, I still think that Calcazar has abandoned... has gone to heresy. Too far. Obviously, some Inquisitors do step into heresy. You know, fight fire with fire, but I think he's crossed that line. How can I be of use to your lordship? Arrows of Koronus, we are too late. Elentok, at your word, I will track down that Mon key to the ends of the galaxy. Fury rings in Irliet's voice. We'll look around first. The hall bears the marks of a cleanup, quick and thorough and unceremonious. The smell of ash from burned reports hangs in the air. Every trace of the Lord Inquisitor's stay at the palace has been destroyed. The only reminder of it is the elderly servant sticking out like a nail amidst the emptied space. Where's Calcazar? The Lord Inquisitor is away on an urgent mission. Frosher's colorless voice matches his starkly unhelpful reply. They all step and eventually fall into heresy if they live long enough. Many do. Some of them are very puritanical and avoid it. Usually it eventually gets them killed. By not being willing to bend. Yeah. Oh, is that just the burning? Okay, yeah. There's the burning documents there. Looks like there's still plenty of them around and on the floor that we can find something of use, probably. He has abandoned you here, then. My master has no need of my services on his present expedition. I was tasked with cleaning up. As soon as the conversation turns to Calcazar, deferential and ecstatic overtones brighten the servant's dry voice. I wish to know where he has gone. Lord Inquisitor warned me that your lordship would inquire about that. He left me instructions. The servant's face relaxes as though he has fallen asleep. What he says next carries an echo of Calcazar's rumbling voice. Your lordship, I regret that we never spoke. A matter of special importance has forced me to leave Footfall. You earn the Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's trust. There are few boons more precious to be found in the entire Koronus Expanse. So he trusts us. Because we were always siding with him. So maybe he will give me the information. As you may guess, I have a plan for defending the Expanse but the events on Euphrates II have shown that the plan is compromised. The breach of secrecy has left no time for preparations. I must accomplish something monumental and dangerous. Some would say too dangerous, but I hope that your loyalty and agile mind will lead you to fully appreciate what I intend to do. That is why I'm giving you an option to find me, and I hope join me. I'm traveling to the ancient dimensional gate in the Porta Septenum system, and beyond if you wish. You can follow me and share with me the burden of responsibility for what is to come. And if not, pray for me, for I could use any help I can get. The Emperor protects Ignatius von Valencius. So yeah, there was a system that had a dimensional gate to the webway. Is he planning on going into the webway with the device that ruins technology? Or maybe using it to destroy the dimensional gate? Well, no, he says it's a dimensional gate in that system and beyond, so I think he is planning on traveling through it. That's it? Heinrich looks at Frostjar in confusion and anger. I regret to say that no specific instructions were given in your regard, Master Van Calyx. Yeah. Everyone, all of his servants are not as important to him as you would like. Abelard winces, and once again the Lord Inquisitor permits himself to treat the rogue traitor as a common servant. It baffles me that you are still willing to put up with this audacity, Lord Captain. Kill the servant. It's confidential information. Its confidentiality must be protected. Ah. What was the plan Calcazar was going to execute? Of that I'm ignorant, your lordship. It was decided due to secrecy concerns that I should not know the details. Do we kill the servant? Calcazar said that he was extremely important and useful. Been with him for a long time. But also, he left him behind to carry out a message. And so he probably recognized the possibility that I would then erase the message afterwards. I see no need that I have to kill him. If he's a good servant, hopefully there's not going to be a problem with us leaving him alive. Then I must go. Farewell, your lordship. I hope you help my master achieve what he set out to do. Yeah. I don't know about this. So he wandered off to Porta Septenum. Xavier Calcazar's expedition went through an ancient dimensional gate. To catch up to him, the Lord Captain will have to venture into the unknown.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I just want to know what his goal was. Because it seems very strange. Hello. An entire group of people salutes you, most of them an escort of honor consisting of members of retinues, associates, secretaries, bodyguards, and assorted others bow deeply to you and shout their greetings, making a lot of noise. It appears the news of your impending departure has already spread throughout the station. Well, that's not good for confidentiality, but sure. Lord Inquisitor has left us, and now you too? Footfall seems remarkably empty after recent events. All our decent patrons are taking wing. There is word among my flock that rogue trader Von Valencius is going on a perilous voyage, so accept this blessing for the journey, noble Ignatius. Communicative interaction option unlocked. Purpose of data exchange, strengthening ties and delivering a gift, material assets, a donation to an ally. Useful acquaintance. A man with a scraggly beard bows deeply to you, shaking with terror and awe. Rizza, a known pirate, outlawed, and peddler of unholy artifacts, was executed. So this is the new leader of their group. Just a faceless person since I killed Rizza. Glory to the Emperor, your lordship. You might not remember me at all. He seems to really hope that is the case. I'm a merchant from the Fellowship of the Void, which has survived on and around Footfall by your good graces. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast. Who are you? Probably the Navy. Yeah, an officer in Imperial Navy uniform, holds his hands in the signs of the Aquila. It is an honor, your lordship. I'm here on my superior's orders to pay respects to House Von Valencius. So these are the various groups that we did our merchantry with. Some of them more so than others. Octaviana, the Amsakis is going to have to get by without my tips for a while. But my partners and I are still hoping to partake of your riches in the future. Unfortunately, Vladimir did not succeed in establishing a robust business relationship. Yeah, you've seldom cooperated with the Casablanca mission. It's true. I hope you and I can set this right upon your return. You really ought to give up the smuggling, or you'll end up like someone we both know. Expect you to maintain order on the station, quit acting like a bartender, and start getting used to being a criminal kingpin. I'm not going to tell her she has to give up smuggling. Like, yeah, it could lead to her being killed like Vladimir, but she knows the risks. I expect you to maintain order on the station. We've learned our lesson from recent events, and as for those who haven't learned theirs, I'll see to it that you can personally string up those slow-witted fools once you're back. Is blessing me the only thing you're here to do, Hieronymus? And to pledge my help? You have become a paragon of true virtue in the eyes of the cult of St. Drusus, earning the trust and respect of its congregation. So because we have such high relationship, go forth without fear. The cult of St. Drusus will watch over your subjects' faith. You are one of the pillars of faith in the Expanse, and thus it would not be appropriate to see you off to the ungodly dark morass between the stars without a gift. Other and lesser offerings will be delivered to your ship, so that you may have no want for anything on your journey. Crusade plate armor. Wow. I guess I'll have to check for anyone who wears heavy armor that's better than what they're currently wearing. May the Emperor help you in your undertaking. Do not forget about mercy, good shepherd, is important as justice. I have no answers for you. May the Emperor help you in your undertaking. Keep the faith, young Von Valencius. The Expanse needs your faith. Why have you come, Opticon? Subject status assessed as highest trusted ally in accordance with Mutual Support Manual. Please confirm your readiness to receive a fee donation contribution from the Cognizant Fleet. Asset description, standard expeditionary supply set for a Revelation 2 voidship and a personal gift tool blessing. Burden of Servitude. It is a Adeptus Astartes bolter. Okay, we'll have to see how it compares to the bolter he has right now. Burst attacks cost +1 AP more. That's not great. After firing a burst attack, single shot attacks with the bolt pistol gain +50 damage until the end of combat. This effect stacks. So every time you do a burst with this, single shots become better and better. Like a stacking bonus. Huh. Farewell, my comrade. Remember Euphrates 2, or glory to the Omnisci Tech Priest. Glory to the Omnisci Tech Priest. Glory to the Emperor, rogue trader. The best of functional prosperity to you. Address the trembling pirate. What do you want? The Fellowship of the Void is desperately hoping that upon your return, you'll appreciate our willingness to cooperate and the prospects for great mutual benefit that our cooperation opens up. You've seldom cooperated with them. Yeah. When I return, I expect you to have learned to act like the Fellowship of the Void's new leader and not a sniveling wimp. Tell your associates they work for me now. How dare you show up here and tarnish my good name by talking to me, pirate scum? Just turn away without deigning the wretch with a reply. Yeah. I mean, it's the group of pirates. I don't really think I am ever going to be wanting to have a close relationship with them. I'm just going to turn away without deigning to reply. The pirate wipes the sweat from his brow, evidently relieved, and turn to the officer. What are your orders? My command has tasked me with letting you know how they strongly value your allyship with House von Valencius. Although at times we have not managed to build a powerful alliance, they believe that we will be able to strengthen our treaties. I thought we had a good relationship with you. Yeah, highly values. And bring the light of the Imperium to the Expanse going forward, someday. Protect the Expanse while I'm away. I expect my worlds to be under your special protection. Do your duty, but do not be needlessly harsh. The Expanse is still inhabited by free people. Protect the Expanse while I'm away. We will not forget our duty, your lordship. These stars will be ours. It's time to depart. Farewell. A multitude of voices answers you with good luck wishes, blessings, parting advice, and words of respect, shouting over each other, but alike in their sincerity. For a second, you feel especially clearly that you likely will not see any of these people ever again. I'm guessing this is the way the game is saying that we are going to endgame. Like, once we step onto this mission and go through that portal,
a new challenge for me.
There's no going back, probably. Anything further from you, Incendia? Before I head out. What brings you to me? Nothing. Alright. Nothing further from you. Is there anything else? Incendia's there. Koronus. No. I was wondering if there was anything else of interest here on station, but I don't think there is. I don't actually want to go to the Amsekis. Yeah, return to the ship. Your lordship, we have a long expedition ahead of us. It would be reasonable to replenish supplies, ammunition, spare parts, better equipment. Who knows what we are about to face? A sensible piece of advice, I still have unfinished business at Footfall, or I already have everything we need. Again, this is feeling like a finish up what you need to do, because we are out of here. I already have everything we need. Thy will be done, your lordship. Okay, so yeah, we just need to go to Porta Septenum, which I believe was up here somewhere. Maybe? Or maybe not. I could just be missing it. Porta Septenum. And it probably has a quest marker over it, I would guess. How am I not seeing it? There it is. Okay. So probably going here is the fastest route. Actually, technically there's a route from here over to there. I just have to finish it up, but it already exists. So yeah, let's go from here up to here. No. Go from here up to here. There we go. Then from here we can safely go to here. Then over to here. Not sure why I made that a safe trip. There was probably something that I thought was important here. We'll improve that trip. I still have so much insight. I could have made a bunch more of these paths safe, but I didn't. It really is interesting to me, though, that there's no limits to how far you can stretch things, like this one that travels all the way across the map, where I could have just had any path I want and just be like, hey, I want to go there now, so just build me a path. It's an interesting choice. Warp jump passed without incident, except crew members on bridge duty. For the duration of the voyage, they heard laughter. It seemed to come from outside, through the airtight seal of the ship's massive windows. The laughter went on and on. And here we go to Porta Septenum. A warp breach. Ungodly fiends spreading sorcerous disease walk the lower decks, gathering a cohort of infected voidsmen. If no measures are taken immediately, an entire bay could be turned into a den of heresy. So we could fight them ourselves. We could just send a squad with armor kit, melee weaponry, and ranged weaponry. We don't have holy gifts to use. We'll send a squad. The victory over the rogue trader's enemies came at a high price. Still, the decks have been claimed of warp spawn, albeit it took the blood of hundreds of voidsmen to wash away any evidence of their presence. And here we are in the system. Is this the system that I'm thinking of that had the giant webway gate? There's no telling what awaits beyond the gate, but one thing you know for certain: there's no turning back. It is the point of no return. Ensure that you've taken care of any unfinished business, procured all necessary equipment, explored every world, and completed any desired colonial projects. You will no longer be able to do so after passing through to the other side. And yes, this is the one that has that giant gate. If we go to party inventory and look at all the things we got recently, let's divvy them out. So we've got the heavy armor. And it's nowhere near as good as what he's wearing. I guess he's wearing power armor, so that makes sense. Pascal, you can't wear heavy. You can't wear heavy. I guess I don't have many people that can wear heavy armor. Yeah, I'm just going down the line. And it's just Abelard, and it's not as good as his power armor. Fantastic. Okay, the new gun, how does that compare to your pistol? It is better. The 3 AP burst is kind of rough, but has better damage, better armor penetration, more additional hit chance. Shorter range, which isn't great. But it's not as good as just his standard bolter. But if I do a couple of bursts, then all single shots from there become far more effective, which is probably worth it. Is there anything else I want to do before we head out? I suppose I could go to Vibo 6. We're nearly done with all of our projects. No more DLC, right? We are done with the DLC as given thus far. There will be more DLCs that come to the game. Let's just make a course to Vivos while we're here. And then make it safe. And that'll connect this system to our network. I should probably also talk to all of my companions. just to see if there's anything else going on. One of the more influential patrons of the Expanse has learned a dirty secret about the Von Valencia's dynasty and is now blackmailing the rogue trader. We can pay them 2 profit factor. We could choose to not give in to their demands, or we could pay the Casa Bellica mission 1 profit to arrange some more pressing problems for the blackmailer. We don't know the consequences of not doing this, but paying off a blackmailer is always the wrong call. So yeah, we're going to not give in to their demands, and if things get worse, then we have the influence to deal with it. Soon the Expanse is shaken by scandalous evidence proving that Lady Theodora's plundered ships and colonies belonging to her rivals. The dynasty's reputation has been sullied. That's fine. Any problems with Theodora, we can overcome just by the fact that we aren't her. Vibo 6 is a quiet haven for and a place to ponder the state of one's soul, a fortress of repentance complete with an order of battle flagellants. Will offer lawbreakers a chance to find solace in being reborn as a crusader. Yeah, that all sounds wonderful. Cool. If we come back, does they... Yep. It did finish it up, so... Lord Captain, Vibo 6 begs for help. Something terrible prowls the planet, searching for a way to wipe out the planet's inhabitants. Victims died in small groups at first, slowly dismissed it as simple accidents. A poisoning, a crashed transport, a fire. But the death toll has started to rise, and explaining everything as mere coincidence is no longer an option. The enemy appears to be testing out different methods of killing your subjects, like it's looking for the most efficient way to murder as many of them at once as possible. Our pick traps sometimes catch sight of a blurry dark shadow walking among the people, but no one has actually seen it with their own eyes. What kind of accidents are happening there? Various sorts of mechanical failures, ventilation systems emitting substances that have no business being there, auspexes registering spikes of radiation, maintenance systems shutting down for no apparent reason. It all resembles extermination experiments, with your servants playing the role of test subjects. Any ideas? The art of hunting relies on the art of hiding. You cannot see your target, then make it so the target cannot see you. Deceive its senses and seize your advantage. A predator walks among your people. Well, then it's time we became predators ourselves. Your servants can't see it and don't know where its lair lies, but I will tell you how to find it. You need to spark the beast's curiosity, leave something it craves out in the open, and mark it so that you can track the beast as it's carrying the bait away in its jaws. That is how we hunt prey on Fenris. Elliot makes a good point. Find some effective disguise against our foe and wait for it to strike. Where Ulfar's advice is sound, we leave bait for our enemy. Or just no one can see it, but snares do not need eyes. Leave some gifts for our unwanted guest. 100% on each of these. I don't really like the bait idea. Hide out and wait for it to strike makes a lot more sense. So Elliot makes a good point. Find some effective disguises against our foe and wait for it to strike. May the hunters find patience. The colony's wardens experimented with several means of disguise, but did eventually succeed in hiding themselves from the eyes of their mysterious foe. The warden, whose unfortunate lot it was to keep watch inside an air purifier, spotted a strange shadow right between the working mechanisms and the lead cover. The enemy had grown careless and finally revealed itself. The brave warden raised the alarm, wounded the creature, and fell in battle, but his comrades managed to chase the beast away. Cornered in its den, the monster fought its final battle and was slain. It was a terrifying xenos with a metallic skeletal body and a single emerald eye. Its lair turned out to be a crypt-like chamber, and beneath it was an entire fortress buried in stone. The walls were covered in glyphs similar to the mysterious patterns that the mad convicts had been drawing. The chamber also contained the dissected remains of the missing miners. The omniscience servant studied the bodies, the crypt, and the xenos corpse, hypothesizing that the inhuman belonged to a caste of sages among its kind. It had remained in stasis for ages, untold, but had recently awakened either by mining efforts or the explosions caused by the Drukhari invaders. After killing everyone who had approached its lair, the creature tried to wake its brethren, but millennia of tectonic shifts had crushed the underground fortress. The creature was alone. We got an ancient xenomechanism. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, they deal 12 energy damage with int armor penetration to all adjacent creatures. If the number of damaged creatures exceeds 3, the wearer suffers the staggered effect. Huh. The fearsome insect, the ones that assailed the colony, were the only tool the Xenos had left, so it chose to lie in wait. But when the heretics of the Final Dawn sabotaged the fortress's reactor in their attempt to destroy the planet, the Xenos grew restless and started searching for a way to exterminate the humans. Now the last Xenos survivor was dead, and so was its entire race, or at least so prayed every denizen of Vivos 6. Okay, that's Vivos done. Not you, I'm wanting this. So Foulstone, you are still working on your... No, Foulstone's done. Janus just finished. Right, we just did the death cult of the Reaper Emperor, which was one of the, like, tier 4 options. So Great Fire, territory for new agri-complexes, can be gained in only one way, the way of fire. Sure. Which we're probably not going to have time to complete, assuming we go straight to the final mission. Dargonus is done. Vivos 6 we've just seen is done. And Kiava Gamma could do a last thing. Sky Barrier. Euphrates 2 is lost, and the Adeptus Mechanicus now seek new citadels for their hallowed production lines. Kiava Gamma can house workshops that will forge voidship weapons. Interesting. Takes a bunch of stuff, but it would give us... All allies gain plus 20% minimum damage to their ranged attacks. That sounds great. Rogue Trader's weapons carry the blessing of the supreme armors of the Adeptus Mechanicus. We'd get Triumph and Fury, a serpent of embossed lines coils around the barrels of these holy weapons. Complete chronicle of the exploration of the systems called the Lathe Worlds by the servants of the Omnissiah. Medium-range broadside macro cannons which fire 5 shots, dealing 30 damage per shots. That sounds pretty good. Explorators like us more, and we gain a bunch more weapons. Not that we need a bunch more weapons. Power of Plasma. Euphrates 2 is lost, and the Adeptus Mechanicus now seek new citadels for hallowed production lines. Kiava Gamma can become a sacred assembly site for plasma drives endowed with the Emperor's grace. Again, more stuff. And we get engine assembled by the mysterious clique of engine elders. Countenance hidden by veils of open work plasteel, and whose wisdom is so great that the servants below the rank of Magos are forbidden from even addressing them. Plasma drive produces 15 speed along with average acceleration and braking. I don't think that's as good as what we have right now. And then a bunch of mechanisms, which we don't need at the moment. And last, warp revealers. Or warp revelations. Euphrates 2 is lost, blah blah blah. Kiava Gamma can be set up a research complex for warp technologies. A dangerous, closely guarded secret of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Again, based on reputation with the Explorators. Gives us Ethereal Visor. The wearer's psi rating is increased by 1. As long as the wearer has 100% wounds, they deal 65% additional damage with their psychic powers and psychic stabs. Really? Profit factor, lower security. I think the helmet I'm wearing, though, is actually better. No, psi rating is increased by 1 against demons for each rank of dogmatic. So against demons specifically, we have a +5 psi rating, but against everything else we don't. Versus, if we took that option, it would give us a +1 psi rating always, and when we were at max health, which we aren't because we're lighting ourselves on fire. No, this would just be a +1 psi rating, which I don't think is worth it. Because we do still take like 2 fire damage from burning ourselves. Yeah. So maybe that isn't as worth it as I was thinking. I think Sky Barrier feels the best. Good guns for our allies and a really good gun for ourselves. That is completed instantly. So let's reopen that menu. There we go. Your Lordship, a cryptic message arrived from Kiava Gamma. The Fabricator Sensor reports that they have beheld the Eye of the Divine. I requested details from your less devout servants, and they clarified that the Inquest group, which had been investigating the many inexplicable events that had taken place on the planet, followed a trail of mysterious binaric harmonics and came upon an ancient and abandoned data complex. It is connected to the Manufactorum by a maze of complicated lines and contains a gargantuan data loom. The mechanism's markings show that it is designation, or I should say its rather menacing name, is Null Caliph. Null Caliph is immersed in sacred astrogational calculations and has shown no inclination to make contact. The tech priests that connected to it were punished for their intrusion with a lethal ejection of the motive force. The only thing they managed to find out is that the spirit of the data loom is not bound to the vows of compliance that would normally restrain a machine spirit of such power. This astoundingly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims. Okay, we already could 100% persuasion or tech use. Let's look at the options. What is this abandoned complex? It's an ancient production facility, far older than the colony itself. Some assembly lines bear the marks of the Cognizance fleet. Perhaps the first explorers who came to the Koronus Expanse set up a station on the yet uninhabited planet. The station was then consumed by the developing industrial colony and eventually forgotten. It is possible that whatever plans they had for it were so clandestine that its creator's death ended up casting it into oblivion. The catalog contains no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Null Caliph. The Null Caliph Initiative is a project that was of the fabled Archmagos Opticon 107, whose function was the initial exploration of the Koronus Expanse. All information on this project was removed from the catalog as per the Fleet Conclave's decree following Permissibility Hearing 16. By that same decree, Archmagos Opticon 107 was stripped of his title as the Conclave's Prolocutor Supremus. I want to know more about this data loom. What is it? A sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast, and the wisdom and mettle of its machine spirit would befit an imperial titan. Machines of such might and splendor are kept carefully hidden from the eyes of the laity and worshippers on certain planets as great Logis oracles, sacred angels of the Omnissiah, or demigods. The Null Caliph's structure includes remarkable pieces of archaeotech, part of it extending far throughout Kiava Gamma, like a void kraken's tentacles. We now know where the warp transmitter, modified by Hubris Delphim, came from. It must have been part of this mechanism. The data angels that were encountered earlier were born of its cogitational might. Full of vigor, they soared around its computational aura, which radiates into the noosphere. Their response to our presence has been favorable thus far. Because your servants have been monitoring and the execution of Procedure 0C, Null Caliph 0C, they rather boldly believe that they have gained some insight into certain patterns of its supercalculation. They claim that they could help achieve an understanding with Null Caliph or defeat it in battle. Do we have any idea of what it might be calculating? All we have is a hypothesis, according to which Null Caliph can see into the warp, similar to a navigator. Any interaction between technology and the warp is, as you are well aware, kept under the careful supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so you can imagine just how unique this mechanism is. According to the Magi, it can calculate routes throughout the Imperium without rest or fear of corruption. Given the fact that it has no human soul, they claim that its power is comparable to that of a Novator of a Navigator house. Apparently, Procedure 0C was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Magi with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity. So, it's essentially attempting to be a navigator, but a massive, extremely capable one. And maybe that could be used to find a route back to the Empire, which is currently blocked off by the Maw. Currently, its calculations, operating at full capacity, are approaching completion. We assume the perfect execution of Procedure 0C contributed to this. Have we tried communicating with it? The Great Calculator seems indifferent to mortals. It has expressed a lack of desire to interact with us or destroy us. I mean, we did have people try plugging in, and apparently it fried them with the motive force, so yeah. The Tech Priest reached out to Null Caliph once more using certain excerpts from the dictates of Procedure 0C, and the machine's reaction was benign. It showed no hostility. So, we're going to check with our advisors, but right now, without our advisors' help, we have a 100% persuasion. Make contact with Null Caliph. I wish to form an alliance with it. Tech use 100. This is my planet, and the machine must submit to my will. Or Demolition 62. I'm authorizing the dismantling of this dangerous mechanism. So, first, what do my advisors make of this? The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Null Caliph bears potential as a valuable ally, one that could replace the need for navigators comprised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity, for to do so is to honor the Omnisci's tenets. That the tech priests who had the audacity to disturb Null Caliph were deprived of their motive force is a testament to the might of this data voice. I hold the knowledge to create a mediator that could interface with the fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelation on unprepared minds. It stares into the warp, then it's vulnerable to attacks from the warp. Never thought I'd ever suggest something like this, but if we want to make that machine obey us, we should assault it through the Imperium. Probably not, Adira. A navigator data loom? This abomination makes a mockery of every navigator house's legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. Null Caliph must be destroyed post-haste. Allow me to send word to the other navigator houses. They will waste no time in dispatching their forces to destroy this monstrosity. Yeah, I like you, Cassia, but I'm probably going to disagree with you on that. Wow, we have a ton of options now. Pascal, create your mediator and forge an alliance with Null Caliph. That'll give us +1 complacency and a cogne simulacrum. Grants 25 logic. The wearer gains solve simulacrum ability that costs 3 AP and triggers a logic test for the wielder with a negative 167 penalty. What? On success, there is no success with that penalty. Solve simulacrum is removed, the cogne simulacrum is destroyed, the 25 logic bonus is lost, and the wearer permanently gains the paradox solved feature. Paradox solved, the character can use their heroic act regardless of their momentum without spending momentum. Okay, the paradox solved is cool. But you're essentially saying that we should have Pascal waste 3 AP every turn for the rest of the game in the hopes that he can then just trigger his heroic act whenever he wants. Interesting. A very weird option. Form an alliance that gives the same thing. Lore Warp just gives security. So Adira's is the same as making it submit. And then Demolition is Cassia's. Null Caliph's Cogitation Boards, which would give us... May the signal run free over the wires. May the ocular eye be forever clear. May the enemies of the Omnisci be cast down. +5 to torpedo speed. Pascal, try and form an alliance with the Null Caliph. Request approved, transferring revelations on the mediator's creation. So we gain the thing. Magos Pascal Hanneman imparts his secrets to the Omnisci's servants on Kiava Gamma, allowing them to assemble a mediator device that softened Null Caliph's voice. The Magi then prayed to the mighty machine spirit, humbly asking it to make an alliance with the rogue trader and share its mysteries. Null Caliph answered, halting its sacred calculation. It bestowed its favor upon the supplicants. With its tireless, unblinking eye observing the warp currents, many a traveler have been saved from peril. Cool. And is that meaning it's just... Was it Janus that we were still working on? Yeah. Janus has the Great Fire going. You guys are all done. We should have gotten some new weaponry. Yeah, Triumph and Fury. Medium range. 5 shots of 30 damage. I think we will place the short range. 2 shots of 21 damage that we can fire twice. Which I think is this one, right? Nope. Alright, what do we have that can fill in here? That's what we have now. 4 shots, 21 damage. 3 shots, 33. 3 shots, 33. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we had anything else that was new. Yeah. So that's our ship upgrade. We could kill time until Janus finishes, but in that case, we're waiting for the Great Fire to complete, however long that will take. And I don't know if there's a good way of telling how long they take. And then we have to do whichever one we do here. So this will require Great Fire, which will be done. Janus Orbits is swarming with a fleet of refugees. By turning the entire world into an enormous staging point, the Rogue Trader will save billions of lives. Okay. So we gain Merciful Savior. When an ally is healed for the first time in a round, damage dealt by that ally is increased by 8%. Not super important, then we gain a bunch of people. Xenovivisectory. Janus' orbit is swarming with a fleet of refugees. They can be utilized as a workforce for the construction of a grand xenovivisectory for the study of Inhumans. All witnesses will be disposed of. Wow, harsh. All allies gain plus 12% dodge against Xenos. Or a pleasure world. Janus' orbit swarming with a fleet of refugees. Welcoming the commoners would be pointless, but the Rogue Trader could offer a refuge to the aristocrats and turn Janus into a world of blessed respite for them, gaining powerful allies as a result. We'd get Watcher from Above, a primitive sword. And some profit factor. We're going to go with Shelter. So do I just kill time? Jumping around. I guess there's no harm. But I don't really want to jump to end game when we haven't finished all of our colony management. But in a lot of ways, our failure to finish colony management is because I haven't been keeping a heavy focus on it. I wonder how long it takes. There we go. Janus has entered a new stage. Now we need to get back to Janus. Which was... No, that's Dargonus. Are we... Is this Janus? Yes, we're already here. Brilliant. Lord Captain, an Ordo Xenos punitive unit led by Acolyte Lynette Hugh has arrived on Janus. The Inquisition's forces have already taken control of the government palace and intend to inquire into the recent anomalies on Janus. Heinrichs, why was I not notified of their arrival in advance? Well, clearly because the Inquisitor is not communicating with Heinrichs anymore. Yeah, so the Xenos, Ordo Xenos is probably unhappy with all of the Eldari ruins on Janus. This is an Eldari world. Heinrichs, why was I not notified of their arrival in advance? I am surprised that they have informed us of their arrival at all. It demonstrates a semblance of trust. How much did the Inquisition sniff out? The initial interrogations have set Lynette Hugh on the tracks of the wretches towards the anomalous region, but her people continue to dig deeper, so to speak. So we could let the Inquisition do their job, which would give us hexagrammatic grace, logic 10, coercion 10, persuasion 10. Meh. We shall trick them, have my servants persuade the Inquisition that there is nothing of significance on the planet, would give us one less profit factor. Or I order the expulsion of these impudent fools from my world, lose efficiency, complacency, and security. What do my officers and advisors think? Cooperating with the Inquisition would do us more good than trying to hide the current misfortunes of the colony. I can send them a message to keep us informed about the interrogation, as a favor. If only we could throw them a bone and let them find the evidence they want, one that we can get by without. The rest could be concealed away from their inquisitive eyes, like a sand lizard shedding its tail. Sometimes one must cede the battle to win the war. I see only one way to make the Inquisition sojourn on Jaina's brief. Be proactive and give the Acolyte what she's looking for. Yeah, so we can give them all possible assistance. And we get something different. Wearer gains plus 15 intelligence. At the start of their turn, they suffer 1 direct damage. That is interesting. Plus 15 intelligence is cool, though. Let the Inquisition do their job, or expel them. I think from this moment the Acolyte shall receive all possible assistance in their investigation. We are still working with the Inquisition. We think the Inquisitor might be up to something, but we haven't really figured that out yet. Like, if he's doing something wrong. And generally, aiding the Inquisition as a whole is a good thing. It's the best option. The Inquisition will be satisfied and Janus will return to normal all the sooner. Rogue Trader servants eagerly set about finding the smallest trace of anything that might be useful to the agents of the Inquisition. Lady Zoo's people were so inundated with denunciations and testimonies that the Acolyte suspected sabotage disguised as aid. However, the zealous assistance bore fruit and put the Inquisition on the right track. After Lady Zoo had set up her headquarters at the governor's palace, she began to investigate the situation on Janus. All those feeling guilt for their crimes before the Emperor could only stay silent and pray. During her investigation, Lady Zoo was able to establish that the genetic changes in the wretches' bodies were caused by mysterious substances secreted into the water by xeno-obelisks. These substances did not contaminate the water until recently, as shown by the analysis of the Magos Biologus. The same xeno-obelisks appear to be linked to a chain of energy communications, also serving as a source of unknown radiation that seemed to have caused the outbreak of contaminated growth in the currently uncontrolled sector of the planet. This also seems to be causing the appearance of the mysterious phantoms. According to Lady Zoo's theory, there may be some sort of ancient mechanical construction on Janus that has awakened from its slumber. It is possible that the anomalies occurring on the planet are merely the side effects of the blasphemous machine trying to start itself. Okay. Then, final project. Yeah, I don't really care about any of those. So, shelter for all the refugees. As for this new item we just gained, Pascal. How would you like a plus 15 to your intelligence? It's going to penalize your tech use and logic, but you're currently getting a plus... Oh, it goes into that slot, of course. You're currently getting plus 20 to each and a reroll. This will give you a plus 15 to each, plus everything else. Intelligence. No reroll. But still, I think that's probably better overall. No. Go back to Janus. We've got an event to take care of. Do we not have an event to take care of? Is that... It's a Dargonus. Okay. Sure. We're running a little bit long, but I think we're getting close to being done with all of our worlds. So I'm just wanting to finish this up before I end the stream. Hopefully no one's going to complain about it's playing a bit longer than normal. Alright, Dargonus, what do you got going on? The planetary authorities have begun a rigorous purge of dissidents, mutants, and apostates. The spree of arrests and executions has the people terrified. We can encourage the authorities. gain a security, lose a profit factor. We can replenish the losses with new colonists, which seems reasonable since we did have a bunch of refugees. It'll cost us 3 people, but it will gain us efficiency and security, which are the ones we don't need. We could inspire the people to support the authorities' actions, which will give us security and efficiency without the cost of people. We can ban the purges, which will gain us complacency and people at the cost of security. I'll just inspire the people. Gives us the same result. Inspire the people to support the authorities' actions. Upon seeing the planetary authorities not as tyrants but as wise protectors, the commoners will be delivered from their fear and charged to help the keepers of law and order in their cause of cleansing the world. Okay. Let's keep traveling back and forth to Janus, waiting for it to finish its next colony building. Come on. There we go. Janus. Your lordship, a monstrous storm has broken out on Janus. Apocalyptic anomalies are tearing our agri-world apart, and their epicenter is the corrupted sector. Something must be done for the whole colony before the whole colony is destroyed. We must find the source of this madness. Come down and report exactly what is happening there. The moaning earth, the purple glow in the sky, fires crashing on the ground from above and turning all they touch to ice, a terrible noise sweeping through the cities and killing anyone who hears it. The furious storm has covered half the continent, but we can see its epicenter from orbit, the ruins of a xenostructure complex. What we thought to be the debris of buildings has turned out to be a machine, and now it rouses from its sleep, emitting blue and purple lights from the spheres fused into it. The deadly spirits that have become more material, and now everyone can see that they are not dancing. They're fighting and chanting 2 names, Halcyon and Kessie. Thankfully, there are much fewer of them than there were before. Gaps have even appeared in the horrifying cyclone of dance, twisting about the epicenter. What do we know about this cataclysm? The leader of the Inquisition squad, Lady Zhu, did not grace us with a full report, since she has been hastily preparing for the expedition into the heart of the anomaly, but she mysteriously claims that we have become witness to an ancient feud between xenos, and in spite of our unfamiliarity with their conflict, it is important to choose our ally in the struggle wisely, whatever that means. All the wretches in custody have instantaneously gone mad. We cannot pull a modicum of information from them, even though we have a sense that they understand what is happening much better than we do. My people shall help the Lady Zhu break into the heart of the storm. 100% success or 97%, send the best enforcers into the heart of the storm, have them find its source. Our people will help Lady Zhu break into the heart of the storm. The escort squad reports that the people of Lady Zhu are demonstrating incredible skill, swiftly dealing with the anomalies and advancing towards the epicenter. Our people have reached the Xenos ruins that once served as either a palace or a gargantuan machine. They've encountered an extremely high concentration of spirits. It appears the spirits are fighting amongst themselves, with 2 particularly vivid ghostly figures among them. One of these prominent spirits radiates blue light and seems to be clad in Eldari armor. The other is engulfed in purple flames and clad in a Xenos ceremonial raiment. They utter sounds reminiscent of Eldari speech, but any attempts to translate them have proven unsuccessful thus far. We have an Eldari in our crew. Can we not get her help in this? It is an old dialect from... Good. From before the time of the fall. Order your warriors to aid the spirit wreathed in blue. It fights for the Lelathan's purity against the despicable sorcery. Even an echo of this spirit's voice is enough to understand that its cause is just. I can teach our people how to explain to the blue spirits that they are not their enemy. What does it matter what those spirits are babbling about? They both must be slain. Edvetter, turn to your warriors and inspire them to fight for their home to the very last. They've already made the sacrifices to get this far, so remind them what those sacrifices were for. Lady Zhu intends to fight both sides of this spirit conflict, but your soldiers are waiting for you to confirm her orders. Tell the squad to support the blue spirits, Irliet. Make sure that the men know the right words. Tell my tell my warriors they fight for Janus' future, one where the world is free from vengeful xenos and that the Lord Captain is watching. I'm warning them to attack the spirits both kinds, or do not engage, maintain visual contact. Interesting that we don't have an option to fight for the other spirit. We can side with the blue spirit, or we have two options of just fighting against both. But yeah, we're going to side with the Earliet. Make sure the men know the right words. Support the blue spirit. The scouts attacked, destroying the purple spirits one after another. The blue phantoms recognized their new allies and did not harm them. Once the battle was over, the dignified spirit, swathed in blue flames, reached out to the scouts' thoughts, granting them visions. The planet which was inhabited by Eldari prior to the fall, at some point became one of the many theaters of the war between sensual excess and dogma that reigned over the xenos of that time, and ascetic self-restraint. A local ruler, Cassie, was enlightened and wise, yet susceptible to depravity. In his desire to transfer his soul to another form of existence, he created a mechanism that would let him take over the bodies and minds of all his people. One of the ruler's bodyguards, named Halcyon, rose against the tyrant and mortally wounded him, but could not stop him from merging with the machine. Halcyon then gave his life to bind his own spirit to the device and continue fighting therein. This tragic conflict marked the end of all Eldari on the planet, but preserved an echo of their souls and those of their leaders. And we gained Lelathan's Fury, an Eldari weapon. It's unfortunate we don't have an Eldari person who likes one-handed weapons. We could give it to Jai, though we never use her. Weapon adorned by Xenos artisans to keep the memory of the Janesian spirits wreathed in purple flame. When the wielder deals damage to the target with Lelathan's Fury, the target becomes blinded until the end of combat. The first attack with Lelathan's Fury in a round against the blinded target does not set the attack on cooldown. Okay. Then the spirits disappeared, but for how long? The bodies of the fallen and a strange relic discovered amid the ruins were the only proof that, for a single day, Janus was once more engulfed in a war between long-fallen xenos. And we gained shelter. And Chirurgeon medkits. Okay. Effectively remove traumas. And is that Janus done as far as I care to? I think it is. So we are now actually ready to go here, because I think we have done basically everything else I was intending to do. So we need to go up here to Vivos. And then we can head over here. Keva Gamma requires our efforts. Really? Unvanquished Tech Heresy. I think these aren't like real events, like tied to projects or anything. They're just small decisions we can make with minor changes. I don't think I'm gonna necessarily go there. But yeah, I think we are now ready to jump in for this final mission. Endgame, I suppose. So we're going to end the stream here, and next time we will head in, see how it goes. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you then. Bye.